Mr. Oren, sir, are you able to hear me, sir?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Good morning to you.
Good morning. We can hear you clearly as well. It is now 9:43. Thank you so much for indulging us this morning. We are pleased that you have taken the time to be interviewed. We are a multi-party committee on community safety in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, and our role is to make recommendations in terms of the nominees to the Provincial Minister for the Department of Community Safety. Again, thank you so much for being here. I will introduce the members for the, or I will ask the members to introduce themselves for the record so that you can also hear their voices, and then I will explain the process moving forward, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good morning, Mr. Arendse. My name is Mesuli Kama.
Good morning, Mr. Arendse. Lorraine Botha.
Good morning, sir. I'm Gillian Postman.
Okay. Good morning to all the members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arendse. Like I stated, you are here to be interviewed. We are delighted that you are here. We will ask a set of questions. I will then firstly allow you for introductory comments where you are able to speak to your CV for the next 2 minutes. Thereafter, the set of questions will then follow. I will ask a question, and then the members will ask a question, and should there be a follow-up, that question will also then be asked. I trust that that is clear. Any questions before we commence?
Nothing at all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much again. For the next 2 minutes, sir, in terms of your application, your nomination, are you able to introduce yourself to the committee and speak to your CV as submitted? Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Terence Arendse, and once again, good morning to everybody. I'm a qualified chartered accountant. I've been a chartered accountant for the last 40 years, working in the public and the private sector. My last 12 years of my working life was in the public sector. We have actually served, starting off as CFO of the Department of Transport and Public Works. During that stint, I also was CFO of the Combined Economic Development, Agriculture and Public Works. We are actually, in fact, was also responsible and had oversight of the Liquor Board. At that stage, the Liquor Board still belonged to the Department of Economic Development, and the Liquor Board itself at that stage also collected its own licenses, and that was part of its revenue. I retired in 2012, and we have been largely in keeping which I call keeping my mind active. I've been involved in audit committees on the health department. I served 2 terms, which was 6 years. And then also I actually thanked Drakenstein Municipality. I have served 4 years previously with the liquor board, with the gambling board, and now I've been reappointed again in April 2020 to the gambling board for another 3 years. As part of my responsibilities as PAG, Provincial Accountant General, which I actually served as that for about 4 years, I had actually oversight and responsible for the implementation of accounting practices within all the departments and public entities, as well as oversight in terms of the municipalities. And also during my period as Provincial Accountant General, I actually, in fact, was responsible for introducing internal audits and risk management within the province. One of my highlights was in 2010, under the new dispensation, the Western Cape provincial departments and public entities received all unqualified reports. And that was the first in terms of the new dispensation. I think I've more or less covered everything in terms of my CV, in terms of my highlights. So thank you, Chair. And hopefully it was 2 minutes.
That is definitely within the minutes, sir. Thank you so much. Members, I will kickstart the questions with regard to nominee Mr. Arendse. Sir, are you able to explain to us what, in your view, are the major challenges that is currently being faced by the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
To me, actually, in fact, just looking at the Act, one of the challenges, and although the Act has actually been compiled that way, is that the Western Cape Liquor Authority has actually, in fact, all in terms of license applications, has been handed over to the Liquor Licensing Tribunal. And I actually feel, as a board, although you've been accountable, you're not actually, in fact, awarding these licenses. No, the Liquor License Act actually, in fact, states that the Liquor License Authority has actually, in fact, got the powers to approve licenses. And as far as the board is concerned, they've just got an oversight. But to me, one of the biggest actually, in fact, control measures for a board is to have oversight and control of awarding of licenses. If you're a liquor authority, how can you not be accountable for liquor regulation within the province? How can you not be held responsible for awarding of licenses? The other problem is obviously the harms reduction, and which they actually, in fact, has adopted that as a mission statement. But to me, I can't see any funding going for harms reduction. So in order to actually carry out any mission statement, you should have dedicated funds for harms reduction. The third problem I see with the actual liquor authority is the actual number of inspectors that they've got. In order to be an authority, you have actually got to have the powers and the ability to actually enforce the Liquor Act. And I think they're a bit limited in terms of the inspectors and that's something that needs to be actually looked at. Hopefully, once I get on the board, I can actually persuade the minister to look at those funding. But to me, if you're actually an authority, you must have the powers to enforce and also the powers to cover all aspects of the Act itself. The harms reduction is obviously the harms reduction is actually, there's a bit of an echo. Okay.
Can you hear me, sir? You have 20 seconds left on this one.
Okay. The harms reduction, I think, is actually a very important aspect, but again, you should have funding. And in terms of the harms reduction, we should look at reducing the trading hours of the actual liquor licenses, which became quite effective during the actual lockdown process. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Arendse. I will now hand over to Member Lorraine Botha.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Arendse, I hope that you can hear me well.
Yes, I can. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so you have alluded to part of my question, and I'm asking you what efficiencies or improvements would you contribute to the Liquor Authority Board, and how would you apply this?
Okay. As you're well aware, as I mentioned in my CV, I'm actually an audit committee member of the Liquor Authority at this stage. And I also felt, because being an audit committee member, we're actually responsible for oversight and not getting involved in the actual operational activities of the board itself. My contribution to the board will be, obviously, I've got a good background in terms of the GRAP accounting standards, which is the accounting standards that the board applies. I've got a good knowledge of the PFMA, very conversant with good governance and risk management. And just in terms of my experience having served on the liquor board, on the gambling board, I think that will actually enhance certain aspects and controls, which I would actually, would like to have it sort of implemented at the Liquor Authority, obviously in terms of what is allowed in terms of the Act itself. To me, it's actually, in fact, in terms of the Liquor Authority, one of the things they do definitely have to look at, and hopefully I've seen the Premier of the Western Cape has actually, in fact, stated that harms reduction, the alcohol harms reduction is a very important policy for the Western Cape. But I think the most important thing, as I mentioned previously, is the question of funding. The other thing I would like to actually see, which I've actually found it didn't happen, during the lockdown process, actually, in fact, the lockdown that we had, trading hours was restricted on the licensees. But I felt the minister should have looked at the quantity that each person is allowed to purchase. In terms of the Act, you can set the quantities per procurement, and we then wouldn't see this large amount of people queuing out of outside macro and walking away with large quantities of liquor. Thanks, Chair.
Just one moment, Mr. Arendse. We might have received a delayed feed from our side. I just want to double check, Member Botha, are you covered?
No, Chair, it's fine.
Thank you so much. I'll now hand over to Member Gillian Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, the question that I have is if Mr. Arendse could tell us, just expand a bit more on what he thinks the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Western Cape Liquor Authority Board is.
In terms of the Act, the actual board is responsible for regulating of the liquor industry within the Western Cape. The board also is the recipient of all license applications, which it has to pass on to the Liquor Authority in terms of getting the license passed. Once the license has been approved by the Liquor Authority, the board will then have to issue the license itself. So the board is also responsible in terms of the execution of any fines or penalties that the Liquor Authority might impose on the actual licensees, and the board is responsible for collecting of that money. The board also has the responsibility of collecting all the application fees and other fees which they are entitled to in terms of the Act. And also then, to me, the other most important one is in terms of the enforcement, actually, in fact, making sure that the inspectors do actually have time to actually, not time, but mostly have the capacity to enforce the inspections at the liquor licensees. Over and above that, it's just a normal procedure of the board, assets acquired, opening bank accounts, contracts, actually get a power to enter into contracts, and obviously reporting to the minister and to the actual relevant parliamentary committees. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'll now note Member Masuli Kama.
Thank you, Mr. Arendse. My question would be, how do you think the authority should handle the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders? How will you persuade the board to balance compliance to regulations, the alcohol harms reduction, and the economic contribution of the industry?
Okay, just in terms of the question of illicit trading, the big problem is illicit trading itself. I think we should look at maybe put a moratorium of 2 years and say, all illicit traders, this is an opportunity for you to register and maybe look at going forward, and obviously within the powers and the consent of the minister, maybe creating a license fee which is more suitable to the industry. But this will have to be researched, and the actual illicit traders will have to be invited, and hopefully, I'm not sure they will actually attend, but just to get their point of view. Otherwise, if not, then after the 2 years have elapsed, we have to go out in terms of reinforcement, because harms reduction, if you've got illicit trading, you've got no oversight in terms of harms reduction. You don't know who they are supplying, and the underage persons, actually it's the school kids, could actually be exposed to liquor itself. So to me, that is one of the main aspects that we have to look at in terms of the illicit traders. In terms of the general harms reduction, as I mentioned before, it's obviously we have to do the research into what's in terms of what are the impact of the harms reduction, and we've seen it during the lockdown, where the actual traders were affected on the economic side by lockdowns because of the association of the harms linked to the hospitalization and actually, in fact, filling up of the emergency section of the actual hospital, of the hospitals. In terms of the economic side of the impact on the liquor industry, there's obviously been very severe impact. And to me, and I'm quite surprised that the provincial ministers didn't actually speak to the president, because businesses cannot, in normal sense, just open and close at sort of any given hour. Any business, you need to have plans in place when you intend closing or when you intend reopening. And to me, as a licensee, it would have been it is a very difficult circumstance to trade under, because it means in terms of stock, when do I stock up, when do I don't stock up? How does it impact my cash flow? What about my responsibilities to my staff that I'm employing? So in terms of the economic impact, I think there should have been much better communication with the actual liquor industry itself and the liquor licenses. Because if they were forewarned and say, this is the impact, I'm sure they would have actually been able to put in measures to actually counter the impact on the economic side in terms of the lockdown sort of regulations. So to me, that is the biggest failure. And I was quite surprised that the provincial ministers didn't actually, in fact, react to that in terms of the Command Council and say, please, this is not allowed. Anybody that trades normally, you've got to give them actually back warnings about it. And to me, as I mentioned previously, the actual way to have gone is maybe reduce the lockdown hours and also reduce the quantity that each person is allowed to purchase. And during the lockdown period would have been a good opportunity to look at the impact of reduced purchasing powers of demand in the street. What would the impact be on the licensee? Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Arendse, thank you so much for sticking to the time. Let me double check with members on the committee if there's any follow-up question, or are we covered? I see Member Bosman.
Thank you, sir. In line with some of the answers that you've given, you've spoken about the lack of financial muscle that the Liquor Authority has. One of the objectives, as I understand it, of the Department of Community Safety is for the Liquor Authority, and one of the objectives that the Liquor Authority have set for themselves is to become self-sufficient. Do you think that in its current format, that is possible? Noting that you've said that one of the key things they need is more enforcement, and obviously with more enforcement comes more costs. So just if you could venture an opinion on the financial viability of the Liquor Authority standing on its own without support from the fiscus. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Arendse, you have exactly 2 minutes.
Okay. Sorry. I think what's important, actually, in fact, is to make sure that the license income that you are charging the licensee is actually, in fact, representative of the cost that you will be incurring. At the moment, the license, the levels at what the license charge odds have been, it's extremely low. To me, in everybody in business, if you're actually paying 5,000 Rand a year for a license, it's very cheap. So to me, we need to look at in terms of becoming self-sufficient. It's actually, in fact, it's increasing the license fees. Although currently it's a very difficult economic situation because of the lockdown. But I think once they go forward, you actually, in order to become self-sufficient, you actually got to generate the license fees. And maybe Parliament should consider and say, let's the license fees be accrued to the department itself and no longer go to the Provincial Revenue Fund. Because in the past, the license fees did accrue to the department prior to it being moving to community safety. So maybe that's one of the things that they should look at and say, let's let the license fees go back to the department if they can't agree to increases on the license fees. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Arendse, thank you so much. You've kickstarted our morning. I want to again say thank you so much for availing yourself to be interviewed. We will now continue with our process in terms of interviewing nominees and then formulating our recommendations to the Minister for Community Safety. But thank you so much, and may you have an amazing day further.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ms. Foley, are you able to put on your camera? Paulus, are you able to put on your camera? There we go.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm sorry the light's a little bit difficult in this room, but I hope you can see me.
We can see you clearly, ma'am. Good morning. Once again, thank you for availing yourself to be interviewed. This is a multi-party Committee for Community Safety in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. I'm Regan Allen. I'll allow members to introduce themselves so that you can also hear their voices, and then I will explain the process moving forward.
Thanks.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Mesuli Kama.
Morning.
Good morning, Lorraine Botha.
Good morning.
Good morning, I'm Gillian Bosman.
Good morning.
With us, we also have Wasim Matthews, our procedural officer. Ma'am, you would be familiar with the process. We will ask a set of questions. I will kickstart the questions, but prior to the questions, I will allow for a maximum of 2 minutes for introductory remarks, but also where you are able to speak to your CV. We will then ask a set of questions and explain the steps moving forward thereafter. I trust that is in order. You have 2 minutes to answer each question, as well as the introductory part where you are able to speak to your CV. But I will request that you speak as loud as you possibly can and into your mic so that we are able to hear clearly outside. Should you not be able to hear us, you are more than welcome to ask us to repeat the question.
Thanks, I will.
I'll now hand over to you, 2 minutes for introductory remarks and to speak to your CV.
Thanks. So I'm Caroline Fowlis. I have been working mostly in the development sector for my entire career. The last 10 years, I've been working at a funding organisation, the DG Murray Trust, where I headed up the Innovative and Inclusive Society portfolio. There I headed up a project on alcohol harms reduction, in particular looking at policy interventions to reduce alcohol harms and also looking at community interventions to reduce harms. So we spearheaded quite a lot of work around minimum unit pricing, looking at policy options and legality around minimum unit pricing. And then we also supported a number of community-based interventions aimed at reducing alcohol harms, one of which was a Mentor Mothers program using brief interventions in Khayelitsha, and another one was working with tavern owners and university students to raise their awareness around alcohol harms and look at ways to reduce that. More recently, I have gone on my own. I'm doing independent consulting work, and one of the areas of focus for me is alcohol harms reduction, and hence my interest in being part of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board to support this work further.
Thank you so much. I'll kickstart the questions. What, in your view, currently are the major challenges faced within the Western Cape Liquor Authority in your view? Thank you.
I think one of them is to look at models for increasing the financial viability of the Western Cape Liquor Authority and its sustainability into the future. It's important, I think, that this institution becomes self-sustaining. So I think that's one of the issues to tackle. I think another is really communicating the work of the Western Cape Liquor Authority to the public and for the public to understand what the work of the authority is about. And the third one is to really have the confidence of those who are applying for licenses that it's an efficient and effective body. So I would say those are the 3 issues in particular to focus on.
Thank you so much. I'll now hand over to Member Botha.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Fowlis, I want to know from you, what efficiencies or improvements would you contribute to the Liquor Authority Board, and how would you apply this?
So I think one of them around moving some of the systems online and trying to see if there's efficiencies that can be done that way. I have worked at the DG Murray Trust on a number of projects that had that as its mandate. So, for example, working with Department of Social Development on some of that kind of efficiency, bringing systems and processes online. So I think that is one thing. You certainly want the turnaround times to be as fast as they can for the issuing of licenses, but obviously without compromising due process. I think also just really understanding the business model for the Western Cape Liquor Authority and where efficiencies can be brought in there would be another area that I'd like to look at.
Thank you. Member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much, ma'am, for availing yourself. It's nice to see you again. I'd like to know what would you consider being the main responsibilities of a well-functioning liquor authority board? And you've touched on it a little bit in your previous answer, but if you can just expand on what the main responsibilities of a well-functioning board is.
Well, obviously the financial viability, as I mentioned, is an important one, and also the integrity of the liquor authority. So making sure that all of due process and policies and systems are followed. I think supporting the staff in driving the vision of the Western Cape Liquor Authority is important. Oversight of a range of governance-related issues would be important. Staying on top of the broader context in which the Western Cape Liquor Authority operates, understanding its relation legally, so being able to stay on top of legislation and changes in legislation, but primarily to support the team and the CEO driving the vision and direction of the authority.
Thank you so much. I'll now note Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. How do you think the authority should handle the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders? How will you persuade the board to balance compliance to regulations, alcohol harms reduction, and the economic contribution of the industry?
I think the important thing is to identify practices that are contributing to binge drinking in the Western Cape in particular, and look at how those can be impacted, and look at ways in which various measures can be put in place to reduce binge drinking. So I think binge drinking in particular is an issue that needs to be tackled in the Western Cape. Interventions like minimum unit pricing are unlikely to harm the industry, but would have a good impact in reducing those kind of practices amongst the general population. So I think those kinds of interventions, which are trying to balance an industry, the operation of an industry that is contributing to the economy, and at the same time is trying to shift behaviors that have become deeply entrenched in society and are working against the public good. So I would look at practices and interventions like that. I think we do need to look at the costs of alcohol harms, and by and large, my understanding is that if you factor in the social costs, in many instances they outweigh some of the economic benefits. So we have to constantly, I think it's a fine balancing act, and one has to keep looking at that.
Ms. Fowles, thank you so much. I'll check with members if there is any follow-up question, or are we covered? We are covered. Ma'am, once again, thank you so much. It is good seeing you again, and may you have an amazing day forward. In terms of the process, we will continue to interview nominees and then formulate our recommendations and submit it duly to the Minister. But once again, thank you so much for availing yourself.
Thank you. Thanks. Good to be here.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kingwell. Are you able to hear me clearly?
I am able to hear you clearly, sir, and good morning to you and the members of Standing Committee.
Good morning, sir. It's good to see you again. My name is Regan Allen. I'm chairperson for Community Safety. We are a multi-party committee. I will allow members to introduce themselves for the record, but also for you to hear their voice.
Good morning, sir. My name is Mesuli Kama.
Good morning, Lorraine Botha.
Good morning. I'm Gillian Postman.
Mr. Kingwell, we have with us our procedural officer, Mr. Wasim Matthews, as well. In terms of the process this morning, thank you for availing yourself to be interviewed by the committee. We will ask a set of questions. Each question you are allowed to answer for a maximum of 2 minutes. But before we kickstart the questions, I will allow for introductory remarks and where you are able to speak to your CV as submitted. You will also have 2 minutes for your introductory comment. I will also then request that you speak as clearly as possible in order for members in the chamber to hear you. Do you have any questions at this stage?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. Can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you clearly. Sir, for the next 2 minutes, introductory comments and where you are able to speak to your CV. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as you'll see, I've moved into various parts of the organization around the country, but more particularly the recent experience has been working with the Western Cape government in various capacities, particularly focusing on governance and working with the various audit committees to the extent that I've been on every single audit committee within the Western Cape bar one over the last 16 years. That has given me an enormous amount of appreciation for the work that happens within the public sector, but at the same time gives me an opportunity that with the experience that I've had in my working career, I'm able to put something back into the community and into the governance structures. More recently, I've been involved with the Western Cape Liquor Board, and I've had the opportunity to be a member there for 3 years. Thank you to your appointment a couple of years ago when I was last year, but in presence. And I must confirm that it's been a wonderful 3 years where we've been able to see an enormous amount of progress that has been made within the Western Cape Liquor Authority, and more particularly with setting a vision that has now become very much part of the Western Cape government's vision. So safety of our people, the health and care of our people, it's what this board has done for the last 3 years is we really do care. We are passionate about what we have done. And I do believe that my CV allows me to continue with that passion because I have that broad range of experience that can give guidance to the Liquor Authority, the management team, and at the same time able to interface with the political structures, the departmental structures, as I have good, sound understand working of that. Lastly, Chair, if I may, I think it's important that I have had the opportunity to chair the board for the last 6 months in the absence of our previous chairman who resigned. This job is an enormously time-consuming job. Working on an entity's board as an entity where you are the accounting officer, but you only meet once every quarter doesn't work very well. So you have to interface with your management team on a much more regular basis. and it is really a full-time job to sit on these boards, and I thank you for that opportunity that I've had.
Mr. Kingwell, thank you so much for your introductory remarks. We appreciate that you have availed yourself. To kickstart the questions, I will commence. What do you think, and what do you think are the major challenges that are currently being faced by the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as you will be aware, I have been actively involved in some of these initiatives. So I can comment with some confidence about those major challenges. Firstly, to lead the reduction of the alcohol harms related initiative, which is now passed through the Western Cape Government's VIP1. It's a huge challenge because we are dealing with an enormous challenge that covers every aspect of our lives. And so that certainly, as a Western Cape Liquor Authority, where we have it as part of our mandate, we really need resources to do that. So the challenge to be able to meet that is to get the resources as well as to get public buy-in. The public needs to be very actively involved as this is a community issue. The second priority is obviously the regulation of the industry. There are moves afoot to make amendments to the current legislation. And I think that once some of those key parts of that legislation are enacted, there will be significant progress. But right now, it's a challenge to get legislation through because it's so wide, has such wide impact on both the financial aspects of the industry as well as the people that it impacts. The third aspect of the challenge is being able to monitor and enforce compliance. And for members that have seen the statistics, we are very acutely aware of the limited amount of resources available to follow up on enforcement. And I think that with the current moves, I really would like to see the new board being able to say that it has been able to rise to that challenge and be part of that. The next challenge, as you've asked, is delivering and administrating a service to the people of the Western Cape. And that's because we deal with such a wide diversity of industries across different levels of income groups. I think it really does pose a challenge to engage with all those stakeholders. To do that, we need systems, and I think the Western Cape Liquor Authority has got very good plans afoot, but to do that, it would need resources, and it needs to be funded by the industry. Lastly, Chair, I know that this is an old matter, but the self-sustainability of the Liquor Authority is top of mind of both the work that they've been doing, but is now equally so in the realms of our parent department, who have been working very closely with us on this matter. So, Chair, yes, those are my major challenges facing the authority at this point in time.
Thank you so much. The next set of questions will be asked. Like I indicated, you have 2 minutes to answer each question. I'll now note Member Lorraine Botha.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Kingwell, what efficiencies or improvements would you contribute to the board, and how would you apply this?
Thank you, Member Botha. And yes, I think one of the main challenges when you are wishing to engage on a new initiative is the question of, well, are you doing the job efficiently at the moment? And I think the Liquor Authority has identified that our systems our communication with our stakeholders, the effect of being able to do things in an electronic manner have all been shortcomings. And so there is no doubt that we can introduce those efficiencies once we get those systems in place. The second part of it is an appropriate pricing model where at the moment it's one size fits all, and that certainly in my mind is not necessarily a fair basis, and so a price differential is very important to introduce. So what I can do about it as a member of the board is, as a financial guy by background, as a systems guy by experience, and as a leader and somebody who's been involved in sound governance, I do believe that the contribution that I will make at the board level will be to push those initiatives, to also to understand where those savings or those efficiencies can be best introduced with the limited funds we do have. So we need to optimize the way we use what funds we do have. So the way I've been able to do that is by getting involved in the subcommittees of the board. There we spend a whole lot more time on that, and I really believe that the subcommittees that have been set up within the Liquor Authority make it very possible to focus on those efficiencies. And I think that having had the experience of the last 3 years, to take it forward where we are at the moment, that'll probably be the best contribution I can make, is that I have an understanding. It's taken me a lot of time to get to know how it works, and that to me is going to be the best I can bring to the table right now, is my experience of the Liquor Authority over the last 3 years. Thank you, member.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kingwell. I'll note member Gillian Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just following on from the answer you just gave, what would you consider to be the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Western Cape Liquor Authority board?
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll just collecting my thoughts, because there are quite a lot of areas that the board gets involved in. So the first area that I think that the functionality of the board is to have a board that has a wide mix of skills. We're dealing with a very broad industry that engages with such a wide diversity of the sector of the community, that we need input to people who have that knowledge and that understanding. So that's the first part. The second part is the availability of board members to work on those committees, to be available at short notice, to deal with urgent matters. For the record, we've had 13 board meetings this last year in the last 12 months. We're only scheduled to be holding 4, but in view of budget changes, budget cuts, budget adjustments, revised MTEF plans, communication plans, the whole COVID responsibilities, we've met 13 times this year. And that availability for somebody who is thinking they're coming in for 4 days of the year really is not going to work. The second part of the role of the board is to be available to management. We've run for the last 3 years without a CEO. We've had acting CFOs. We've been down to 5 members of a 7-member board. So we've had a huge commitment. But the most important part is that I have been, in my acting capacity as chairperson, I've been available to management whenever they need me, whenever I need to engage with the HOD, whenever I need to engage with the MEC. That availability is so important that I think that commitment of the board members together with availability will make them more efficient and make them more practical. And I believe that I can offer that in that my time is to give back, and in this way I am available to do that. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bosman.
Thank you, Mr. Kingwell. I'll note Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kingwell, how do you think the authority should handle the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders? How will you persuade the board to balance compliance to regulations, alcohol harms reduction, and the economic contribution of the industry?
Thank you, Mr. Kama. And in every interview one attends these days, there's always that trick question, and I think this is it. The huge challenge with the illegal trading is so complex in the number of authorities that are involved in that decision-making process. So even if the illegal trader wanted to become a legal trader, the hoops that he has to go through, the red tape, that it becomes disincentive to him to do that. And so with local government approval, getting the approval sites, it really becomes a huge challenge. So I think one of the things that the incoming liquor board should look at, together with the drafting of the legislation, is to find a mechanism to deal with that challenge of multiple authorities, levels of government that need to give the go-ahead. The second part of it is, yes, if you are illegal, please know that you are going to be identified and that you will be brought to book. Now, that in itself becomes a very complex matter, because the liquor authority who do all the inspections, they don't have the power. So they've got to involve SAPs. So this requires a massive engagement with all the various bodies. And every year we've seen good progress with that, as each and every member gets closer to the community. But Mr. Kama, I think in answer to your question, how do we line that up with our alcohol harms? We can only engage with the community. The community need to take ownership of this. They know where it is. They are the people that are suffering most, and we need to get to them, hear them, have very big public availability to the community so that we can give them guidance and that they can give us guidance within the authority when we do consider various license applications. Thank you, Mr. Kama.
Mr. Kingwell, thank you so much. Members, is there any follow-up questions or question for clarity? I see Member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm not sure if this is going to be the trick question, but what I'd like to know, just in line with what you've answered, one, do you think the current licensing fees are too low? And two, would you be in support of an amnesty period for unlicensed and illegal traders to make sure that they are on a pathway towards compliance?
Thank you, Mr. Bosman, for that follow-up. in the work that we've seen and the studies that have been available to the Liquor Authority, and yes, I must say that I am in an advantaged position with this interview, having been involved at the ground level, is that there is no doubt that a differentiated pricing model is absolutely essential, and that we eliminate this one size fits all. It really doesn't make sense that a large liquor outlet and a small shebeen down the road, that they are paying the same fees. There are marginal differences. They are small fry compared to their turnover. So I really do believe there's space for that. There's an enormous amount of research that's been done on that. And I think the current proposals in the legislation will help us move faster to that conclusion. So in answer to your question, yes, I do think that the fees are too low, but not for everybody. I think there's an appropriate level for each individual trader, and that needs to be carefully worked out. In terms of my view on an amnesty, I think that an amnesty will work absolutely on the understanding that efforts are being made to introduce a temporary license pending approval of whatever local authority, because we don't want to transgress into their space, but to give them a temporary thing, to recognize them, to help them understand the environment, to educate them, to start training them up with the various aspects to monitor and track and be part of the alcohol harms reduction process, because they are operating as anybody else would, because they need the income, they need to survive, and they see the opportunity in the marketplace. And I think one has to recognize that. So I would be in support of that amnesty on the understanding that we give them temporary licenses, but more particularly, we see success with the conversion from illegal to legal. Thank you, Mr. Bosman.
Mr. Kingwell, thank you so much. Are you able to hear me, sir?
I am indeed, Chair, and I've heard all members very clearly. The reception has been excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much again for availing yourself. The committee has a number of nominees to interview during the course of today. Thereafter, as you would know, we will deliberate and then make our recommendations to the minister. But once again, thank you for availing yourself, and may you have a good day moving forward.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. I would also like to thank Wasim for the support in the background. His support to you has been excellent, and I found him very professional. Thank you very much indeed, and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning. Mr. Maharaj, are you able to hear me, sir?
Loud and clear, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much for availing yourself to be interviewed by the Standing Committee of Community Safety. I'm Regan Allen. I'm the chairperson. We have Mr. Wasim Matthews with us. I will allow members to introduce themselves for the record.
Good
Noted,
morning,
Chair.
sir. My name is Mesuli Kama.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Maharaj. Lorraine Botha.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Gillian Bosman.
Good morning, sir.
Once again, thank you for availing yourself. We will ask a set of questions that you will be able to answer within a maximum of 2 minutes. But before we get into the questions, I will allow for 2 minutes of introductory comments where you are not where you are able to introduce yourself, but also speak to your CV as submitted. I will request that you speak as clearly as possible. But once again, thank you for being here. It is now 8:51. I will allow for introductory comments from you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So my name is Suren Maharaj. In terms of a very executive biography, I'm a qualified chartered accountant with about 26 years post-qualified experience as a finance professional, predominantly being a CFO in the public sector, Chair. That's in my executive capacity. Executive achievements, 4 years ago in 2016, I was awarded a nominated finalist in the annual CFO of the Year Awards. So that effectively made me a top 20 CFO in South Africa for that year. I am a fellow member of the Institute of Directors of Southern Africa. I'm currently also pursuing my MBA. In my non-executive capacity, I sit on various boards and councils in the public sector, both at national, provincial, and local government, Chair. Most notably, if I zoom into the Western Cape, just up the road from you in Paarl, I sit at a council for the Afrikaanse Taal Museum. I chair various either audit and risk committees or finance committees, Chair. I think most notably in my non-executive capacity, being the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee at the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, where under my oversight capacity, we achieved a clean audit for the past 5 years, Chair. So that is obviously, with my experience, I consider myself a subject matter expert when it comes to finance, accounting related, auditing matters, and obviously risk management, Chair. And that would definitely be my role that I would play from a governance and oversight perspective, being on the board of the Western Cape Liquor Authority, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introductory comments, sir. Just to double check, your current place of residence is in Bryanston. Is that correct?
Yes, that's in Sandton, Johannesburg, correct, Chair.
No. Thank you so much. Sir, I will kickstart the questions. In terms of the major challenges being faced with the Western Cape Liquor Authority, what would be your view on the major challenges being faced?
Chair, I think there would be several. In terms of priority, I think, the Liquor Authority being a regulatory authority to obviously to ensure compliance with the Liquor Act, non-compliance would certainly be an inherent risk and challenge. So how do you tackle non-compliance when it comes to unregistered liquor traders? And obviously, there'll be various solutions behind that, either in terms of community involvement. I would also suggest working with the private sector, being a provincial institution. So non-compliance with the Liquor Act would certainly be a major challenge and risk. A more secondary challenge, Chair, and obviously that comes closer to home for me, being a finance person would certainly be sustainability, and I mean for financial sustainability of the entity. And you know, it's no different whether you are a provincial entity or a local government entity or a national entity. And I would suggest solutions in terms of financial sustainability by certainly looking at the pricing model that the liquor authority as an entity regulates. You know, pricing in terms of licensing fees to the traders. I would probably propose a deferring, as opposed to a flat rate. I'll probably propose a deferring rate, either depending on volumes traded or on the size of the entity share. So I think those would be my two: financial sustainability and compliance issues, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Maharaj, thank you so much. I'll now note Member Botha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Maharaj, you have alluded to the question that I'm going to ask you, but if you can just expand, what efficiencies or improvements would you contribute to the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board, and how would you apply this?
Yes, thanks, ma'am. I think I partly alluded, but I definitely will expand. So for me, obviously being a finance person and subject matter expert when it comes to finance audit issues, you know, for me, governance is certainly an issue. Well, not an issue, but a priority. You know, I certainly believe in clean governance, and being a PFMA expert when it comes to corporate governance. I would definitely, from an oversight perspective, and obviously I'm limited to oversight, make sure that I hold executive management to account when it comes to achieving a clean audit. And we have to raise the bar, and I must congratulate the Liquor Authority for the last audited 1920 financial year when they did achieve a clean audit. And it's about not only achieving but maintaining it. So, you know, obviously from an oversight perspective, I come with that arsenal in terms of making sure that we hold management to account to achieve a clean audit. So that's on the corporate governance side. I did mention financial sustainability, which is obviously an issue. It's even a greater issue given the challenges with the pandemic, and the Liquor Authority would be no different. I talked about re-engaging and re-innovating the pricing model. As opposed to a flat structure, let's have it tiered. Let's have it based on either volumes traded in terms of stepping up your pricing in terms of different pricings, or look at size, you know, so where we charge a larger organization, liquor authority, liquor outlet or trader vis-a-vis a small trader in the informal sector with different pricing models. So for financial sustainability is definitely, and obviously looking at innovative ways in showing better compliance with the Liquor Act, you know, as I said, partnering with private sector, looking at greater community involvement would definitely be key interventions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'll now note Member Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sir, my question would be if you could perhaps tell us what you consider the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Western Cape Liquor Authority Board.
I think, you know, a well-functioning is making sure, one, that your strategic objectives when it comes for key performance attributes and indicators are smart. So make sure that your annual performance plan talks to key indicators, smart KPAs and KPIs that overall will achieve the vision, mission, and mandate of the Liquor Authority when it comes to achieving its mandate in terms of being a regulatory authority to ensure compliance with the Western Cape Liquor Act, and that would be the overall objective. And then obviously those key KPAs or KPIs will obviously then be further drilled down into various aspects, whether it be administration, talking about governance issues, or on an operational perspective, or on a legislative perspective. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Maharaj, how do you think the authority should handle the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders? How will you persuade the board to balance compliance to regulations, alcohol harms reduction, and the economic contribution of the industry?
Thanks, member. I think I've partly alluded and answered the previous. I think, key would be um, trying to work with the unlicensed traders, and it's an inherent problem, whether it be Western Cape or the other 8 provinces, especially informal traders, liquor traders in the informal sector, in the settlement areas, which is obviously an inherent risk and a major risk and a major challenge in itself. So I think, as I mentioned earlier, community involvement is very key to awareness, education, training, and using the local community in those areas. Whether you use and also bringing in maybe NGOs who are not necessarily funded or conflicted, working with other bodies which from a community safety perspective. So working with the Provincial Department of Community Safety would certainly assist law enforcement officials. Would definitely assist in terms of minimizing. Look, you're not going to eliminate non-compliance. That's just the lay of the land. But certainly eradicating non-compliance in terms of minimizing. And also, as I mentioned, the pricing model will certainly assist. Sometimes you find non-compliance because the fee structure is just, or the license fee structure is just out of reach of a spaza shop, informal liquor trader there in Guguletu. It's so as I said, a tiered pricing structure where depending on volume traded or size, would definitely benefit vis-a-vis a macro, which is a large liquor trader, would large volume. So I think and obviously that will require amendment of the Liquor Act, but that is a process which needs to be in place so that there is that level of flexibility. Thanks, Sri.
Members, is there any follow-up question or a question for clarity? Sir, on this Thursday, thank you so much for availing yourself. As a committee, we have a number of nominees that we are interviewing during the course of today. Thereafter, we will then deliberate and then submit our recommendations to the minister, who will then make contact with each and every nominee. But thank you so much for availing yourself, and may you have an amazing day further.
Noted very much. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. Also enjoy your day. Goodbye.
Thank you. Good morning. Are you able to hear me? Is it Miss Zansi? Am I pronouncing your surname correctly?
Yes, sir, you pronounce it correctly. I can hear you.
Thank you so much. We will commence in the next 2.5 minutes. But thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure.
Good morning once again. Ms. Zansi, thank you so much for availing yourself to be interviewed by the Standing Committee on Community Safety. We are highly appreciated. We are highly appreciative that you have taken the time. My name is Regan Allen. I'm the chairperson of the committee. We have Mr. Wasim Matthews as our procedural officer. I will allow members to introduce themselves for the record.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Mesuli Kama.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Ms. Zanzi. Lorraine Bueta.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Gillian Bosman.
Good morning, sir.
In terms of the process moving forward, we will ask you a set of questions. Each question, you have a time allocation of 2 minutes to answer each question. But before we get into the questions, I will allow for introductory remarks as well as the opportunity for you to speak to your CV. So for the next 2 minutes, is there any introductory remarks that you would want to make? But also if you wish to speak to your CV as submitted. But once again, thank you for being with us, and we are looking forward to the interview.
Thank you very much, sir. Can I speak now?
You may go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Zuzi Wezansi. I reside now in Cape Town. I have a master's degree from Stellenbosch University. I spent most of my life in the education sector, where I taught at university level. And I also, for now, I am an educational consultant where I work with the schools in the communities, giving them support. Closely with organizations that prevent alcohol abuse in their communities. And I have also experience in working in governing bodies from 2005, where I had the privilege of being a member of several boards in education sector and also in the NGOs. I think that's it for me now.
Thank you so much. We will get into the questions as I indicated, a maximum of 2 minutes per question, but also if you can speak as clearly as possible in order for members to hear you this side. Ma'am, in terms of the major challenges that is being faced by the Western Cape Liquor Authority, what would be your view on it?
My view on it will be to bring the vision of the Liquor Authority to life. I've read the vision of the Liquor Authority, which is saying that the Liquor Authority wants to be recognized by the public as leading in the reduction of alcohol-related harms through effective regulation. So I think what I will do when I get into the board is to bring that vision to life. I will have interventions that I can suggest to the board to implement that vision.
Thank you so much. I'll now note Member Botha.
Hi, Ms. Zanzi.
Good morning, ma'am.
You have now spoken about bringing your vision to life. So now I'm asking you, what efficiencies or improvements would you contribute to the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board, and how would you apply this?
Bringing that vision to life, what I will do is to collaborate with, for instance, in the Western Cape, we are blessed because we have 4 universities. And bringing that vision to life, I will collaborate with the universities so that we can do research on the problems that we are faced in the Western Cape. So that when we implement these interventions, we are really informed by the research that is done by our universities in asking those different questions to know why are the people, for instance, abusing the liquor in the province. So those are the things that I will do. I will really collaborate with the universities. I will collaborate with also the private sector. I will collaborate with civil society to bring that vision to life and to ensure that the interventions that are implemented by the board, they have outcomes and they have targets. And we also have to ensure that all those targets that we set are really met by the board. That's what I will do.
Thank you so much. Member Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question would be, what would you consider to be the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
Thank you, sir, for the question. Again, I will go back to the vision because I think the work of the board should be guided by the vision and mission of the board. And the most important function of the board will be to reduce the alcohol-related harms that we find ourselves in the region.
Thank you. I will now note Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. My question would be, how do you think the authority should handle the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders, and how will you persuade the board to balance compliance to regulations, alcohol harms reduction, and the economic contribution of the industry?
Can you please come back with your question, sir?
How do you think the authority should handle the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders? How will you persuade the board to balance compliance to regulations, alcohol harms reduction, and the economic contribution of the industry?
As far as the illegal sale of alcohol, I think the role of the board, as I know it, is to oversee the regulation of the Western Cape Liquor Authority. And the board should provide strategic direction of the authority. So what I will do is to collaborate with community policing and other structures in the community. And when you collaborate with those structures in the community, we'll come up with suggestions, we'll come up with interventions that can assist us in curbing the problems that we have in the communities. That is the first part of the question. And can you please come up with the second part of the question? Because I see the question is 2 parts.
Yes, the second part, Chair, if I may, is on how will you persuade the board to balance compliance to regulations, alcohol harms, and the the economic contribution of the industry?
I think the board, if the board knows exactly how, I mean, if the board knows the functions of the board, as the board members, we need to be guided by the policies that are there. And if we read the policies that are there, because there are policies that guides the work of the board, we just have to ensure that as board members, that all of us are just guided by the policies and we implement the policies to get the best results that are acquired.
Ms. Zansi, I will check with members if there's any follow-up question or question for clarity. If I may ask, ma'am, in terms of your answers, are you able to elaborate on what you feel or what you think are the challenges currently of the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
To answer that question, sir, I will just say a little bit of my background. I grew up in Zwelethemba, Worcester, where I was born there, and I grew up in Zwelethemba, Worcester. It's a small community. But in that small community where I grew up in Zwelethemba, each and every street in the community has a place, has a shipping where they sell alcohol, whether those places are legal or illegal, legal or illegal. Most of them, of course, are illegal. And I've seen firsthand the harms that are done by alcohol in that community. I've seen in my neighborhood children born with those alcohol syndrome, fetal alcohol syndrome diseases. I've seen how alcohol breaks the communities in the community of Zwelethemba. And I've seen, and on a personal level, I have seen what alcohol is doing to our communities. Because on a personal level, I have a brother who was diagnosed with cancer. And one of the things that he was told by the doctors is to stop drinking alcohol. But he continued drinking alcohol, even though he was a stage 4 cancer. And I've seen how his drinking of alcohol broke us as a family and the community. And also how his drinking of alcohol was impinging in the services of the hospitals and other services in the community. So personally, I think that to be part of this board, I will ensure that there are strategies to curb alcohol abuse in the communities. And I will also ensure that these strategies all strategies, because our communities are not the same. As the board, we cannot have one strategies that we implement, for instance, in Belleville, and we think that same strategy will be also effective in deterrence. So what I will ensure is that we formulate the strategies and the interventions to speak to the communities at their level. Our strategy is to be responsive to the communities that you are working in, not only saying that we do have these interventions or we do have these programs, and these programs are one size fits all. So what is important is for the board to acknowledge that as much as these are the problems in our communities where alcohol is breaking families, where alcohol, for instance, is also breaking families, things that even the children are born with these syndromes. And what I will make sure of is to ensure that the strategies that are implemented are strategies that speak to that particular community. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Zansi, thank you so much for availing yourself to be interviewed by our committee this morning. The committee has a number of nominees to interview during the course of today. Thereafter, we will deliberate as we prepare our recommendations that will be submitted to the minister. Once again, thank you so much for availing yourself, and may you have an amazing day.
Thank you so much, sir, for having me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Dalton, can you hear me, sir?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
You can. Ah, good, good, good.
Good morning. May I request that you put on your video?
Yes, yes. Is that better? Can you see me?
We can see you, sir.
Ah, brilliant. Fantastic.
Mr. Dalton, my name is Regan Allen. I'm the chairperson of Community Safety, the Standing Committee in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. We have a multi-party committee. I will allow members to introduce themselves for the record.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. My name is Mesuli Kama.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Dalton. Lorraine Botha.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. I'm Gillian Bosman.
Morning.
Mr. Dalton, thank you for availing yourself to be interviewed. With us, we also have our procedural officer who you have interacted with, Mr. Wasim Matthews. In terms of the process moving forward, I will allow for a maximum of 2 minutes where you are able to introduce yourself, but also speak to your CV as you have submitted. And then we will undergo an interview process with questions and a 2-minute limit on each question as well. I will encourage you to speak as clearly as possible. We are in the chamber of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament today, and under the circumstances, we trust that we would be able to make the best of this interview. But again, thank you so much for availing yourself. I will now allow for introductory comments and for you to speak to your CV.
Okay, so just briefly, I'm obviously originally from Cape Town, but quite a bit of my work or the middle of my career was performed overseas. I worked primarily in the technology sector in the UK. I did do a little bit of work for a government department there as well in the fraud side. But much of my work has been on the software, in the software and technology space. Around about 10 years ago, I returned to Cape Town and then again worked in technology, particularly in telephony. And within that space, I grew into the managerial roles and developed myself from there. Over the past 2 years, I think you may have seen, I mentioned my wife died suddenly, which was quite a disruptive shock for me. And at the time, I had been retrenched as well. So I had to deal with that. But taking that forward, I completed my BCom at UNISA, and then set myself up in a small business, which just to add, and it's not on my CV yet, I'm busy in the process of merging with another small company to make something a little bit bigger. So at the moment, I'm working for myself. I predominantly do small projects for, currently it's mainly UK companies, but I pretty much am open to do small projects for whomever and whatever outsourcing type of business I can get. So that in a nutshell, to keep it as brief as possible, that's in a nutshell what I've been working on, but primarily in the technology space. Quite a lot of international experience. I presented at the European Union several years ago now. So I have been involved in other areas outside of technology as well.
Mr. Dalton, thank you so much again for the introductory remarks, as well as please accept our sincere condolences, sir. But thank you for being here. We will go into a set of questions. I trust that you can hear me clearly.
Absolutely.
Sir, the first question would be that what do you think, in your view, are the major challenges of the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
Okay, well, I think that has been highlighted even more with COVID. I think we've seen that liquor in general is a problem in our country, but I think from the liquor authority, the key difficulty that the liquor authority has is getting a balance right. So you could take a very firm stance and sort of say, well, we're going to approach things where we say pretty much nothing gets through. But the problem there is then you're not looking at the economic side. So if you balance that off against the economic side, what about a small restaurant that needs a liquor license and is going to create jobs, et cetera, et cetera. So I think for the Western Cape Liquor Authority, that is the trick, is to get the balance right. I think COVID has highlighted a problem, a huge problem in communities. A number of communities that cannot, they need some support from the system itself to act as a preventative measure. But at the same time, we also need to think of the economic side as well, and get that balance right.
Thank you so much. I will now note Member Botha.
Mr. Dalton,
Yes.
what efficiencies or improvements would you contribute to the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board, and how would you apply this, sir?
Okay, so a bit of a tricky question, because I would like to kind of get a much greater understanding first of what is currently in place. So what I have done is I've looked through some of the annual reports just to get an understanding of what it is that the authority does and how they currently work. I know over the years that certain improvements have been added, but to be quite honest with you, without having that initial exposure to seeing what's there, I wouldn't like to say I can change this, that, and the other. However, having said that, with an understanding of what there is, I believe as a member of the board in the authority, I would have a forum to put forward any ideas that come up from my initial view of what was going on in the board itself.
Thank you so much. I'll now note Member Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just following on to Member Botha's question, I'd like to know if you could perhaps tell us what you consider the main responsibilities, what would be the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
Okay, I think again the chief responsibility for us is to look at to review each application that comes in and to assess the current state of liquor abuse, as well as how many licenses are issued out there and what's actually happening across the board, and then to from a licensing authority perspective to manage that, tying into my first question, with a balance across the board. So let's not have an authoritarian approach where we literally just say we're going to focus purely on no liquor anywhere, and we've seen some of the benefits of that under COVID, but also that's obviously not the right approach, because we've got to take into the other side as well. So I think, to me, one word would be balance, getting the balance right. As an authority, I think the Western Cape Liquor Authority does have an obligation to communities, I think there's a huge part of that. We know liquor is a problem. I think we've seen it already, and I think that is a massive thing for me. Prevention is better than cure. I grew up in Muizenberg, and we had 3 off sales as a child. There was 3 or 4 off sales outlets in one small place. And there was a lot of abuse, particularly to vulnerable members of the community. So I think balanced, right, but taking a firm hand where required, and also understanding the economic perspectives as well.
Thank you so much. I'll now note Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. I think we might have also touched on some parts of my question in the previous responses. But my question is, how do you think the authority should handle the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders? How will you persuade the board to balance compliance to regulations, alcohol harms reduction, and the economic contribution of the industry?
You just asked for a solution, yes, to my previous answer. A very interesting one. So my understanding is, okay, so first off, to understand, and I'm sure the Liquor Authority already does, to understand the lie of the land and what's currently out there. And then to tackle those, I mean, again, I don't know what mechanisms are already in place and what one can do and one can't do. It would probably be fairly easy for me to come up with an approach, but within the frameworks, we probably can't do certain things. So a little bit difficult to say this is what we could do or that's what we could do without knowing a little bit more detail about what we are allowed to do within our mandate. I know that's not an ideal answer, but it's a bit tricky to say there's this that we can do and that we can do without really knowing how far our mandate actually stretches.
Mr. Dalton, thank you so much. I'll double check with members if there is any follow-up question or question for clarity. We are covered. Sir, thank you so much for availing yourself to be interviewed this morning via MS Teams. We are keeping with the times, but we are also very delighted to inform members that we are doing a number of interviews today. Thereafter, the committee will deliberate, in which we will then have to submit our recommendations. But thank you so much for availing yourself, and may you have an amazing day, sir.
Thank you so much for your time.
Dr. Grootboom is the grinder answer. Dr. Grootboom, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear you. Thank you very much.
Goeiemorgen, good morning. May I request that you turn on your video?
Yeah, I think it's on. Yes, the video is on.
Oh, there, I can see you on one screen. I will check if IT is able to flight you on the main monitor for members as well.
Okay.
My name is Regan Allen. I'm chairperson for community safety in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. With us, we have our procedural officer, Mr. Wasim Matthews, whom you have interacted with. But we are a multi-party committee. We have a number of members. I will allow them to introduce themselves for the record.
Good morning, Doctor. My name is Mesuli Kama.
Good morning, Dr. Grootboom. Lorraine Botha.
Good morning. I'm Killian Postman.
Thank you so much for availing yourself. Are you able to hear me?
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me for the interview. But the only name that I got was that of Mr. Bosman. Didn't get the others. And then I'm also not able to see the the panel itself.
Are you able to see the chamber in front of you?
Yes, yes, I do see the chamber.
So we are situated in the chamber, and
Okay.
I will now raise my hand, and then you will see me. So I'm Regan Allen, and I'm the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Community Safety.
Okay.
Behind me would be member Bosman, and he will raise his hand now. You see the hand at the back?
Yes, I see the hand.
That's member Bosman. And then to his left is member Lorraine Botha.
Okay, I see member Lorraine.
And then member Kama.
Kama, okay. With a K or with a C?
With a K.
Okay.
And due to COVID regulations, we are situated and seated in the chamber today. We are interviewing a number of candidates, all the nominees for positions to the board of the Western Cape Liquor Authority. To kickstart, sir, I will allow for introductory comments where you are able to introduce yourself, but also to speak to your CV. I will allow for 2 minutes. Thereafter, we will then undertake a number of questions which will be posed to you. Do you have any questions at this stage?
No, I will keep my questions for later. Should I have get a chance to do that? Okay, should I introduce myself and go ahead with that?
Yes, sir. You may introduce yourself, and for the record, if you are able to then speak to your CV. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
All right. Thank you once again for the interview, for calling me to the interview, and thank you for allowing me to participate in this fashion, and to the members of the panel. Thank you also for your time. I'm Alan Grootboom. Refer me as Dr. Grootboom. I have a PhD in psychology. I've been previously been a member of Parliament and the provincial legislature, where I was involved, responsible, the spokesperson for arts and culture. Currently, I am running a private practice in George and Mossel Bay, where I am involved in, where I see people daily, And one of the, I will say 50% of the cases that I do see speak to the use and misuse and abuse of alcohol. But that aside, speaking to my CV, I've been in the education for quite some time. I started off my working career as an educator in various, say, in 2-3 provinces around the country, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and Northern Cape. I've been also involved in the subject advisory services, as it was called at the time. I was also school psychologist working with learners in schools. So all in a nutshell, during the course of my career within the education sector, political sector, I have met with people with alcohol-related problems. Now, and one of the key questions that I always had is, how can we best mitigate the impact of alcohol on our society? And notwithstanding the fact that it is part of the economy, it runs the economy. And then I asked myself, and that is one of the questions that the panel may look into: do the economic impacts of alcohol sale, do they match up, or do they outweigh the negative social impacts of alcohol abuse? Now, when we look at those two, and then the question is that I will constantly ask, because the economy has to go, how then do we mitigate that? What can we do as a people? Now, from an educator's perspective, from school's perspective, it is important then that the teachers know, but unfortunately they don't. Churches don't know. They only work with the impact of alcohol, and thou shalt not drink, thou shalt not do that. So what I then is sort of proposing is a broader impact, and see what the board then can do to help mitigate this.
Dr.
I think that
Grootboom.
is a mouthful said.
Indeed. Dr. Grootboom, thank you so much for your introductory comments. We will ask a set of questions. Each member will be asking you a question, and if a follow-up is required, that will then be posed to you. Thank you again for being here. The first question will be, sir, in your view, what do you think are the major challenges of the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
One of the, I think a challenge is the illegal trade of liquor. And when I talk about illegal trade, I'm looking at shebeens, and shebeens are there. You also get licensed shebeens. So now, when you look at the illegal trade of alcohol, then that itself has an impact on the economy and on the fiscus as such, because having illegal sales, that lessens the amount of tax revenue that the province can collect from liquor sales. And if that is not regulated, then it therefore means that we will, in the end, won't be able to contribute to see how we can have social upliftment programs. So that is the first one. The other problem that there is centers around the sale, the availability of liquor, because person has to ask yourself the question: if I prohibit sales at certain times, will that allow the illegal trade to mushroom? because I don't know whether, I don't think there's any studies currently.
Dr. Grootboom, we lost you for a moment. Are you able to hear me?
Challenges. Yes.
Dr. Grootboom, we lost you for a
Yes.
moment. You are more than
Okay.
welcome to put off your camera your side, as we are unable to see you, but that might influence the fact that there's a delayed feed coming to us. So I will request if you put off your camera,
Okay.
so that we are able to hear you as clearly as possible. You have 1 minute remaining for the question on what do you think are the major challenges?
Okay. Now the other major I've put off my camera. Apart from the times allocated for liquor sales, is also, I think I referred to the illegal sales. Currently, there is no research. I'm not aware of any research which indicate that the time, extending the time or shortening the time, have an impact on the mushrooming or the profiteering of the illegal trade. The other challenge is where the illegal outlets are situated, or legal and or illegal outlets are situated, in terms of adhering to the laws, to the bylaws, in terms of being next to a school, church, creche, etc. Now, and that is currently a challenge, because many of those, let me say, churches have been built after the outlets have been built in community, and that is current, which because you cannot take away license now because a church has sprung up opposite a liquor store. So these are some of the things that currently have an impact on the community as such, and it's difficult in that. That's a challenge to revoke any licenses based on something like that, for arguments.
Dr. Grootboom, thank you so much. I will now note Member Botha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Grootboom, you have alluded to it, but I'm asking in my question to just go a bit broader. What efficiencies or improvements would you contribute to the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board, and how would you apply this?
Oh, that is a very big question. Member Botha, one of the one of the key things I will look at advertising of liquor advertising, because one of the problems that I've seen in all the advertisement is mostly men in bars, young people in bars, but we don't see advertisement, responsible use of alcohol, where families sit together having a glass of wine. That we need to look at. But if I say in terms of how to efficiently to look out, we can make the process in terms of more efficient, is to ensure that when licenses are granted for the sale of liquor, that we ensure that that is enforced, even if it then means that we will have people then who do this monitoring from time to time. Because if that is not done, people will then, in terms of abuse the absence of enforcement officers in terms of these regulations.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I will now note Member Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, the question I have to Dr. Grootboom, sir. What would you consider to be the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
Mine is a well-functioning. I just need to write down the question because so I can know what I'm speaking to. Now that is something that I think the one of the main responsibility I would suggest one is to look at how are our laws enforced. We need to ensure that when a license is granted, that the all the that it is um, that everything is adhered to in terms of the rezoning, in terms of uh, in terms of the bylaws that are being set there, because we, as I mentioned in the previous response, was to is to monitor these. The other thing is that each member of the board, be it the board, the legal licensing tribunal, and or the appeal board, to make sure that it's important that these the officials responsible, the members here, ensure that they do each one does their little piece of job in terms of take their responsibility seriously, because it's not only about selling liquor, it's not only about making money, but it's also about uplifting the community. And then we also need then to make sure that that when the liquor outlets, not the liquor distributors, in terms of see how effective are their social upliftment programs within the community, and how is that attended to, because I'm not sure whether there's any indication in terms of the social upliftment programs, how effective is that, how that is implemented, and how many people are involved currently in such programs or are benefiting from such programs.
Thank you so much, Dr. Grootboom. I'll now note Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Grootboom, my question would be, how do you think the authority should handle the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders? How will you persuade the board to balance compliance to regulations, the need for alcohol harms reduction, and economic contribution of the industry?
Right. You see, there are a couple of things that we need to look at. One of that is how do we and when do we license shebeens? Which shebeens are licensed and which are not? That's the first thing. Together with that, the unlicensed shebeen do buy liquor, so and they do buy in bulk. So now what happens? And government has no control over the sale of such illegal places. Then how best then we government need to find a system how we could then ensure that the sale of such does benefit the industry in the long run. Also, if we look at the Liquor Act aims to reduce the socioeconomic and other costs associated with alcohol abuse, so we also need to make sure that even though you see that the problem is if there is a illegal how should be operating? How do you just close it down? How do the officers of the law act upon these? What can be done? Um, so the long and the short of that is we need to have a look at um, do they show how can the industry then be asked to be more social responsible to in terms of advertising support for combating violence and in general gender-based violence due to liquor to alcohol use. Also, it is difficult then. It is difficult to say now we need we cannot reduce the use of alcohol, but we can increase the responsible use of alcohol. And I think when we refer to that, we do need to start at the schools, not at the program, because the programs that are currently running are mostly geared towards, it's like putting an elastoplast on a saw, but I have not prevented that saw from taking place and from happening. Also, we need to look at or regulate the policy interventions and formalize see how best we can formalize the illegal outlets in South Africa.
Dr. Grootboom, thank you so much. I will double check with members if there is any follow-up question or question for clarity. We are covered, members. Dr. Grootboom, once again, thank you for availing yourself to be interviewed this morning. As a committee, we are interviewing a number of nominees as per the Act. We will then deliberate and make our recommendations to the Minister. Thank you so much for your time, and may you have an amazing day.
Mr. Allen, can I just ask one question?
You can go ahead, sir.
Yeah. One thing that I have not picked up is how are our legal laws progressive enough to help the poor? Now, in terms of the Liquor Act that I have read through, the National Liquor Act and so on, I have not picked up in terms of the better regulation of advertising, but in terms of the legal laws, in how progressive are they to help the poor? Because we found that amidst the pandemic, one thing happened: the liquor trade did flourish, but besides that flourishing, the negative impact of not selling liquor really put more people out of work, and it is difficult. I don't know how the board will be able to help balance that act.
Thank you so much for your remarks in that regard. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much again for availing yourself, and may you have an amazing day, Dr. Grootboom.
Thank you very much, Regan, Alan Regan. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the panel members for listening and taking time and effort to listen to me. Thank you.
It's a pleasure, sir. Thank you so much, Doctor. Keep well. In front of us is Mr. Esau Willemse. Thank you. Esau. Esau. Let me get that. Esau Willemse. Mr. Willemse, thank you so much for availing yourself to be here today and to be interviewed by the committee. My name is Regan Allen. I'm chairperson for the Standing Committee on Community Safety in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. We have Mr. Wasim Matthews, our procedural officer, that is with us, as well as IT support Candice that is here today. I will ask members to introduce themselves for the record, and then we will explain the process moving forward. We are a multi-party committee for community safety in the Western Cape.
Good morning, Mr. Willemse. My name is Mesuli Kama.
Good morning, Mr. Willemse. Lorraine Botha. Lorraine Botha.
Good morning, I'm Gillian Bosman.
Like I stated, we are a multi-party committee. We are delighted that you've availed yourself and that you are here to be interviewed. We will ask a set of questions. If you need us to repeat a question, please indicate. I will first allow for introductory comments and for you to speak to your CV that has been submitted for a maximum of 2 minutes. Thereafter, we will ask a set of questions, also each question 2 minutes to answer. But again, thank you for being here in the midst of COVID-19 and taking the time to engage. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much to the committee for this opportunity to grace me here with your presence. Thank you so much. I hail actually from a village in the Western Cape, en route to the well-known Kangaroo Caves. As a young boy, I grew up there, and I think the morals today that is in me was instilled there by parents, the community, where all the community members, the children, was part of a family. And that's beautiful. And I think today, in my profession, as a minister, a religious minister, as a person who's busy with rehabilitation of persons addicted to chemical dependency, and I see myself as someone that can bring something to the board. And to help with the understanding of the painful impact, the negative impact of alcohol today. And therefore, I'm sitting here. I came from George this morning, and I was so as a person, wonderful for me to be here to speak to the committee this morning. As a young boy, as a community person, I work with people. I see the pain, even in COVID time. I see the poverty. I see what's going on and how people struggle. And therefore, I come to the board so that the board take note that I can bring something, how I can help and how I can fit in. But you come to the board as a person, not only to be there, but to mean something to the community and for our government and for our society.
Thank you for your introductory remarks. Like I stated, we are delighted, and you traveled quite a distance, but thank you for being here. I will ask the first question. Sir, in your view, what do you think are the major challenges of the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
I think the major challenges is to give out licenses to people who are responsible and who can act responsible. People, organizations who not only can make profit, but can also plow back through education, through certain endeavors, and help to curb this thing, the excessive use of alcohol that leads to gender violence, youngsters not completing their careers. And I think the board can play a major role in helping uplift communities and tell them what is there, how important it is to live a moral life, but also respect those who have licenses and who operate in the space of alcohol.
Thank you so much. I'll now note Member Botha.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Willemse, you have alluded somewhat to the question that I'm going to ask you, but also latching onto your bring something to the board. I'm asking what efficiencies and improvements would you contribute to the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board, and how would you apply this?
Thank you. I think that is a major and it is a vital and important question. Bringing to the board my understanding as a community worker, as a community person, but also in the upliftment and in the education part. I'm working in the space in my part-time. I'm working in the space of helping people who are addicted in rehabilitation center, in the whole garden route. I'm busy there, speak on a day-by-day basis. I'm working with these kind of persons. And I think the board, in the act of the board, there's a part of education, where education in upliftment, in how to roll out certain things so that the community and the youngsters at large understand that alcohol is not bad in itself, but it is the way it is used and how we use it today. And sometimes also from our past, how we were brought up. And so that things are instilled in us. But from my side, I can bring something as a person who understands, as a minister, as a trauma therapist, as also as a life coach. I'm a life coach. I'm a certified life coach. And I know when I work with mamas who cry in my office, youngsters from 15, 16, 17. I'm working now with one just to try that we can rehabilitate the guy so that they can find his feet again, so that they can be an asset in our society. And that is what I will bring to this board with my expertise and my passion for this.
Mr. Willemse, Member Bosman.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Mr. Willemse, can you perhaps tell the committee what you would consider to be the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
It is important that the board members understand systems first and processes. That's important. Otherwise, you cannot steer a well-oiled board. So you need to understand the systems, how the act works, and how to apply it in praxis of our daily life. So that is vital important. So any board member or every board member must understand how to apply that systems, how to apply that processes. How is the board structure? How many people are on the board? What is their modus operandi? What is the other things of the board? The tribunal, the appeals board. What is the role of the CEO in the board? So, and all that things come together to make it a well-oiled board. So the systems in the processes, we need to understand it. We need to study it we need to have it in our mind, and we need to roll it out on a responsible way. Very responsible, without favor and prejudice.
Thank you, Mr. Willemse. I'll now note Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. My question, Chair, would be how do you think the authority should deal with the illegal and unlicensed traders, and how will you persuade the board to balance compliance to regulations and the need for alcohol harms reduction and the economic contribution of the industry?
The cornerstone of the board is vested in its constitution, the act. That's the cornerstone. You cannot deviate from that important document. That is the thing that guides us. But flowing out of that, sir, is that the board members need to understand that bringing the processes in, the systems in, you need to balance it with education. We need to educate our people in South Africa. We need to do it because a lot of us are ignorant. And people speak about the use of alcohol without any empirical research. How can you say something and you don't have a document that says so many people is using alcohol or substances in our country without a study, a document that says. So the board needs to educate themselves also in that. So what I'm saying is that we need to balance it, but your cornerstone is your act. That's important. So you cannot deviate from that document. But we need, as a board, or the board that will be introduced in due course, needs also to have an eye and a heart for our people. But we need to educate them, our youngsters, those who are addicted, those who cannot help, those who are on the periphery. We need to roll out vigorously how to use alcohol responsible.
Members, is there any question for follow-up or for a point of clarity? Or are we covered? Mr. Willemse, thank you. Thank you for availing yourself this morning and for being interviewed by the committee. We are interviewing a number of nominees over the course of the day. Thereafter, we will then deliberate and make our recommendations, and applicants and nominees will then receive feedback via the department. But thank you so much.
So much, Chairperson and members of the committee. Thank you for your work that you are doing. Thank you for your passion and the labor of your work. We take notice of it. The other thing is, thank you so much for availing me and asking me to come, looking at my CV. I think I can play a role. I can play a role. And
Good afternoon, Mr. Leroux. I trust that you are well.
I am, thank you. Good afternoon to you too.
Glad to hear. Sir, you would be familiar with the process. We are a multi-party committee for community safety with oversight over the Department of Community Safety. And our role in terms of the Western Cape Liquor Act is to make recommendations to the Minister with regard to the appointment of board members. I'll allow members of the committee to introduce themselves for the record before I explain the process moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Leroux. Ms. Sulikama.
Good afternoon, Lorraine Botha.
Good afternoon and welcome back, Gillian Bosman.
Allow for 2 minutes for introductory comments, where you're also able to speak to your CV. Thereafter, you will be, we will be asking a set of questions. You have 2 minutes to answer each question. I trust that you are ready. You are comfortable. You may go ahead. Introductory remarks, and if you can speak to your CV as well.
Nice. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, Andreas Leroux. I think, as I've mentioned here before, is that the reason I'm here today is that I'm very passionate about reducing alcohol harms. It's an area that I've been working on for 10 years. Have studied the best methodologies. I'm an excise expert, I think. Pricing and taxation is a key lever to work on to actually reduce alcohol-related harms. And then the last 5 years, I've been working with South Africa's largest private foundation. And also, you know, they saw that they have massive struggles with regards to achieving their goals and helping South Africa and where alcohol is actually causing problems. So my background as a management consultant, my job has always been to identify problems, try and analyze them and find ways to solve them. I've done that within the public sector in South Africa. And also, you know, as an engineer, I'm very analytical, and I do feel as a strategist, I am able to develop long-term strategies, but also then make sure that we are able to implement them. Having worked in the alcohol industry, I think I've got insight into the alcohol industry. As I mentioned, I was an alcohol excise duty expert, so I have, as part of that, you know, I know what the contribution of the industry is, but I also know that the harm caused by the alcohol industry far outstrips and outweighs the impact of the industry. So I think I've got some unique perspectives from there. So management consulting, the industry, and then I feel I've also got a proven track record over the last 5 years of working with various NGOs, the Department of Health, and also volunteering, trying to address alcohol-related harms. It's the subject matter I'm the most passionate about. I really think there's massive opportunity and this issue is not getting enough attention, and I'd love to be able to be part of that solution. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'll kickstart the questions today. What would be your view in terms of the major challenges that you think is being faced by the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
Thank you. So around the major challenges for the Western Cape Liquor Authority. So I think there's obviously the aspect of executing its day-to-day duties, the licensing, trying to understand things around that. But I think the biggest challenge is how does one balance licensing and management of microbrewing and the retail in such a way that harms are minimized. And I think the first challenge is to have people understand that this is a massive problem. I think people aren't quite aware of the negative impacts of alcohol, and then get everyone aligned. I think this is now across you know, various sectors. The white paper that was compiled a few years ago shows that there can be better cooperation across departments. So getting that cooperation going, acknowledgement that this is a massive problem, and then because there are so many things that you can do about alcohol-related harms, you know, finding the few levers that are going to have the most impact, identifying them, getting everyone on board at what those levers are that we can pull, and then actually implementing them. So obviously enforcement is going to be a big challenge, but long before enforcement is making sure that everyone agrees this is a problem. There's urgency from everyone's side to address this problem, and then making sure we identify the best levers to address this problem. Thanks.
Member Botha.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Leroux, you have alluded to what I'm going to ask you, but if you can expand on my question, what efficiencies or improvements would you contribute to the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board, and how would you apply this?
Right, thank you. So difficult to go into too much detail. I don't know how the board is currently operating and what is going on there, but I do see from the Act that there is an opportunity to bring in outside consultants if necessary to focus on alcohol-related harms. I see there is, I think it's a social, economic harms and education fund. So I can't imagine that that fund has the necessary funds to actually make an impact. So what I would like to see is that fund gets the right funding. And I know that the Premier in the Western Cape has been in the media lots around the Western Cape Liquor Act. And I think one of the things they talked about is that minimum unit pricing. So I think there's massive opportunity in minimum unit pricing, but there's also an opportunity to raise excise duty. So why tell the industry you can't sell a beer for less than 10 Rand when you say, well, the beer's 8 Rand at the moment. We're going to increase excise duty, so it's 10 Rand, and we're going to use that money, ring fence that money, which is in the white paper, and we're going to use those additional funds to try and go against this multi-billion Rand industry that's spending billions advertising and trying to encourage people to drink. So I think the efficiencies is looking at really what the levers are, so you work on the right levers, and then the improvements I would be is that really getting some funds to tackle the harms, and I believe enforcement has been an ongoing issue. So also obviously looking at enforcement and how and the how is really the funding, getting everyone on board. I do think there's needs to be a proper campaign. Because I don't think there's really buy-in across government, buy-in from the public, because it's when the public starts jumping up and down as well that things start happening. So the public realize what a terrible issue is this is costing us 250 billion a year, 7% of GDP. If our GDP grows by 7% every year, we'll solve half this country's problems. Unemployment will get sorted out, poverty will get sorted out. And that is what the alcohol industry nets. The positive impact is at least 7% of GDP is just wiped out by them. So yeah, that's how I'd say. Thank you.
Member Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question would be, what do you consider to be the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
Right, so I think the first one is to have a good understanding of the Western Cape Liquor Act and make sure it is executed effectively. So that is everything from the licensing tribunal to the appeals tribunal, and then if you look at the Act talks about the board, what the board needs to do, so making sure the board executes its functions and being very specific about what those functions are. And I would imagine there's unlimited scope for what this board could do, because this board could be working, every single member could be working 80 hours a week, and I think there'd still be more work to be done. So I do think that that's one part of it. As I mentioned, making sure that licensing and retail and micro manufacturing is all managed properly. And I think a well-functioning board will also have a diverse set of skills. And any board needs to have good financial acumen and management's kind of knowledge of how a board should function, in everything from King, and then also have good knowledge of the problem that they're trying to tackle, and having a clear roadmap on how to execute that strategy. And I said, I think one of the scopes there is this social and education fund. How do we potentially get money in there to really effectively enforce? And I think the other thing is the board's responsibility is to look at the acts and look at is it being adhered to properly, and where it isn't, let's tackle that. But then also, are there potentials for improvement? So I think continuous improvement is always the aim, and I think there's opportunity for that as well.
Thank you. Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Leroux, one of the challenges in the space is the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders. How do you think the authority should deal with that? And the other aspect of my question is, how will you persuade the board to balance compliance with the regulations, the need for alcohol harms reduction, and the economic contribution to the economy, if there's any?
Yeah, all right, so let's start with the illegal and unlicensed trade. When I did research on this, I think there were about 100,000 unlicensed shebeens, I guess, taverns of shebeens that have licenses in some, in the speaker that I believe. So there's a bit of a legacy of apartheid there, where you have one license for every 500 people in a well-off area, in an established area, and your southern suburbs, your city bowl, and that kind of thing. But there's one license per 10,000 people in the informal areas and more highly densely occupied areas. So I think the industry, so I'm always careful when the industry advocates thing, but the industry says we do need more licenses. I think the white paper agrees with that. We do need more licenses, so that once some of those unlicensed, maybe out of the 100,000, let's license 20,000, but let's make sure we do it right. But that other 80,000, of which potentially majority are behaving in a poor manner, serving underage people, serving pregnant women, not stopping drunk patrons, and and those patrons go and cause violence, looking at actually enforcing, closing those down. And I think it's going to be a lot easier to close those down if there is a licensed outlet 100 meters away, because then there is an excuse for the unlicensed outlet to be there. So, and then what I'd love to do, and I think it's quite expensive, is what you do is you go and give these guys, you say, I'm giving you a temporary license, and I'm going to monitor crime in your area. And if every time there's a murder, other violent crime in your area, you lose a point. And I believe trials that they've done is that when you give people a provisional license tied to violence in that area, they know who's caused all those troublemakers. So they stop serving those troublemakers, and crime does reduce. So I think that is one model that one could follow. Also, those other 80,000, what are the viable opportunities for them? So helping them find viable alternatives to earn an income. And I think that's also a massive challenge. And then, of course, the other issue is, people are often those taverns because it's a place to socialize and it's a place to meet other people. Aren't there other models where people can, meet friends without having to consume 6 beers or lots of cheap wine or spirits? So I think that is, the unlicensed thing. And then again, the balancing thing, I think, as I've said before, there's no net positive impact here. The industry, when we had lockdown, they said, government lost 10 billion in taxes in these 3 months. We could have paid for everyone's vaccines with that 10 billion. What they forgot is the lockdown saves the country 50 billion. So, there's no net benefit. But having said that, I don't think it's government's role to tell people, so not the first glass of alcohol we don't know is harmful. So I don't think it's government's role to ban things. I don't think that's the answer. But I do think we've got to look at the 250 billion We've got to look at the fact that we have a massive binge drinking problem. And we've got to go, how do we get the 250 billion to 125 billion? How do we halve that impact? How do we bring down alcohol-related road deaths? How do we bring down alcohol-related violence, which is a ton of it? 70% of outdoors incidents against women, either the perpetrator or the victim are under the influence of alcohol, right? So we have to reduce this. I think there are some massive quick wins. I mean, 80% of wine in South Africa is sold at like less than 20 rand a liter. Like that's not good for tourism or the industry. So like we can do something about that. The beer industry are targeting women. Like look at the financial reports of the beer industry, and they're saying, you know what, in 1995, only 1 in 5 women are drinking alcohol. Now it's 2 in 5. It's doubled. There's an opportunity, and they're targeting women. And guess what? On average, a South African male drinks 50% more than global averages. The South African female drinks 80% more. So actually, we shouldn't be targeting that. That's like fetal alcohol syndrome. It's massive issues, right? So there's, I think you've got to go and look at the levers, where you can preserve jobs, you can preserve the industry, you can encourage investments, but you also got to realize, hang on, that 250 billion, it can't be allowed. How do we bring that down? And I think we can bring it down from 250 to 125 if we invest. And I also think it's, if we can just bring that binge drinking down, we'll have a massive impact. So I don't think you have to destroy the industry. The industry might lose some profits, but that is a small sacrifice. Sorry, I'm going over time, but it's a small sacrifice to pay, if we look at the potential benefit.
Any follow-up questions, member, or point of clarity? You are covered. Sir, it was good seeing you again. Thank you so much. The committee will now interview a number of nominees for the rest of the day. Thereafter, we will then deliberate in order to submit our recommendations. But thank you so much, and I trust that you will have a good day further.
Thank you for your time.
for availing yourself and for being here today to be interviewed. We are the Standing Committee on Community Safety in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. My name is Regan Allen. I serve as the chairperson. To my right, we have Mr. Wasim Matthews. I will now allow members of the committee to introduce themselves for the record.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Mesuli Kama.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nichols, Lorraine Botha.
Good afternoon, I'm Gillian Bosman.
You were able to hear adequately? I'm glad to hear, sir. We are, like I stated, a multi-party committee. We will then afford you 2 minutes to make opening remarks that also speak to your CV. Thereafter, a set of questions will be asked, and you have 2 minutes to answer each question. I trust you find that in order. So for 2 minutes, you are allowed to introduce yourself and then to also speak to your CV as submitted.
Hey. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Right, in my preparation for coming here today, I looked at the website, the annual report of 2020. 2021 won't be there yet. With special reference to the annual financial statements and to the performance. I'll be quite honest with you, I am very impressed with what the Liquor Board has done in the factor that they now have a tribunal and that they have a number of initiatives to handle abuse. I believe at the same time that in fact they are handling particularly well the economic side of liquor, because that is the other side of the coin and a need. Not only for the province, also for the country, and unfortunately every time the country speaks, they put it up 8%. We heard that yesterday. So we need to deal with that and keep it going, but we need correct use and we need to regulate abuse. So it's now my full understanding that the Liquor Authority is a regulator. Not only a regulator of the economics of liquor, but a regulator of the abuse of liquor and the outcomes which relate to that, including Friday night hospitals, emergency areas being full, and those type of issues, abuse of women and children, all of those issues which are not acceptable to anybody, very much including me. So I can see that the future job of what I would be employed to do as a board member is to get a strict balance between these two. Currently I serve, and my CV will show, I'm a registered accountant and auditor. I'm a fellow member of the Institute of Directors, and therefore have undertaken a large amount of governance work up to now on boards and councils and on those committees. Therefore, I've been lucky to get the experience at the same time as King rolled out 1, 2, 3, 4. The Institute of Directors became a force to be reckoned with, and in fact, the Companies Act was changed. I, at the same time, have a small accountancy business with a 3-year cycle ownership, an extreme pride, 12 now qualified accountants, all previously disadvantaged people. So I'm hoping to make my contribution not only to South Africa, but to the Western Cape as well, where I live as a proud citizen. I have served on Cape Town City Council Audit Committee. As I mentioned, I'm already now on the Gambling Board. One of the differences between the Gambling Board and the Liquor Authority is money. The Gambling Board comes from a background of being self-sufficient in being able to charge the industry However, that changed under a previous government in this province, and steps are being taken currently for that to be corrected. The point that I'm making to you is that if you look at the annual report, you will actually find own income is particularly small, and the state or the province is still subsidizing this particular area. And certainly one of the initiatives which I think is needed is, I believe there's a responsibility for each industry to pay its own regulation. The other parallel I want to draw is that all problem gamblers are treated, wherever they're treated, free. And that is paid for by the industry. And I think perhaps we need an initiative, or we need to look into whether we can have an initiative like that for the liquor industry.
Mr. Nichols, thank you so much for your introductory comments. We will ask a set of questions. You have strictly 2 minutes to answer each question. I will kickstart. What, in your view, sir, are the major challenges within the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
I think the most important thing you need to start with is abuse of alcohol. And that is more than likely in many forms. It's not only the drinking of alcohol and the effects of that, but more than likely there is a secondary unofficial market, which is therefore not regulated. And I think that needs to be treated seriously. I'm speaking under correction, but I think we do have shebeens now that are licensed and therefore regulated. However, we more than likely have a number that aren't licensed and regulated. The other thing which is important here is you've got people who brew their own alcohol in many ways. I think some of that could well be dangerous. Some of it might not be dangerous, but certainly where they are able to brew in excess, they more than likely look to sell as a form of income, especially when times are hard. And that brings with itself an illegality, but not only an illegality, but a lack of regulation. And that is why I talk about this factor that a lack of regulation needs to ensure that the product is clean and pure, so that in fact it can be used correctly and that correct use won't lead to abuse. So alcohol, okay, so alcohol needs to be properly clean and include the right products to be preserved so that it in fact is not dangerous.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nichols, what efficiencies or improvements would you contribute to the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board, and how would you apply this?
Okay, I must congratulate you on asking the most difficult question. And the first answer I'm going to give you is, for a start, I would change nothing until I really know that it's not working. And I can already tell you, although I don't know the answer to this one, that there are some things that are working and there's some things that aren't. And the reason why I say that there's some things that aren't is because in the 2020 budget, we had 6 million, which we expected to get as sundry income, and we achieved nil. So there's an opportunity there of some expectation, which we didn't achieve. Admittedly, I'm talking money. At the same time, under sundry income, there's 1.6 million, which we did achieve, which we didn't budget for. So what I'm saying is, and it's particularly important, that we look at our risk management. And risk management needs not only to be properly undertaken, but it needs to lead to mitigation. And until you allocate that mitigation within job descriptions to individuals for that mitigation, you are not going to get the mitigation and positive change. At the same time, the board then has the opportunity to set a strategy to achieve that mitigation through correct policies and procedures. And when you've got your correct policies and procedures in place, you need to be careful that you've got the correct balance between that which is the foot brake, the control, and that which is the accelerator, which is the efficiency. And that is all done in government terms in the annual cycle, starting with policies, moving to strategies, getting to KPAs and KPIs, using risk management properly. In short of what I'm saying is, I don't like compliance for compliance sake, but getting to good compliance through good governance and efficient methods is the correct way to go. I can't get into specifics because although I've looked at the performance of 2020 and there were many places it was achieved, and where it wasn't achieved, it was slightly not achieved. Okay, but I do think it's moving in the right direction, and I think too much change could be disruptive.
Thank you so much. I'll now note Member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think you've answered a large part of what I'm about to ask in your introduction, but perhaps you can expand on what the main responsibilities are for a well-functioning board in respect to the Western Cape Liquor Authority.
We must always be aware that a liquor authority would be created and regulated itself by statute. It's very important when we look at statute from the point of view that it takes a long time to change law. And therefore we need to put into regulations and rules and procedures that which needs to be changed more frequently. And that is the way to handle the change of what happens. Nobody knows that COVID's going to come along. There's going to be a ban on liquor. It's going to be released. It's going to affect hotels and the entertainment industry, casinos, the same. So I think you need to start with the regulation and being compliant. Having said that, I'm going to repeat again the factor that blind compliance is not good compliance, and good governance is excellent from the point of view of achieving things. The most important way to answer this particular question is the board needs to have parameters beyond which they do not go. However, within those parameters, they need to have a freedom by which to judge the best way ahead. And that is where they need to apply their minds to that freedom which can maximize and change outputs to outcomes and to maximize the achievement. Because unless we can actually complete the KPA and KPI cycle towards positive change by maximizing outcomes and positive impact, we in fact aren't going to maximize our achievement. And that is for both use and abuse.
Thank you so much, Member Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think also in my question, you have touched on many of the aspects of the question. Now, what I want to understand is when it comes to illegal and unlicensed traders, the question would be how would you advise the board or participate in the board to handle that? How should the board respond to that? And the second question is how do we create the balance between compliance with regulations, the need for alcohol harms reduction, and the economic contribution of the industry?
So you also ask difficult questions. Okay, so just remind me, the first one again is how we manage and control abuse.
How we handle the illegal and unlicensed traders, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you all to switch off the tape. South African police, wherever they are, unfortunately are severely under-resourced and don't achieve. I think I speak on behalf of Alan Windey now when I say we need to have our own to assist them. And I think we're doing that in the province very well, monitoring the beaches, etc. So we've got a bit of our own, and where we need their assistance. Where I'm on the gambling board, we do exactly the same. We do as much homework as we can for them, but we don't have the right of arrest, etc. So the first answer to your first question is we need to work with those authorities that are already in place. However, I think we need to assist them all we can. Coming from an accounting background, we can get all the documentary evidence. We can, in fact, assist them with the other evidence. For example, is it a company? Where is it registered? Is it with CIPC? Who are the directors? All of those type of things. All that homework can be done for them. However, if there's no person more adamant than me that that area must be properly done, followed through. It's a very slow process. It's a frustrating process, but it needs to have everything in place that we move it from finding to correct solution. There needs to be a fairness in the process for those that aren't doing too much wrong, and there needs to be a lot bigger stick approach to those that are abusing it, especially repeat offenders. So we need to be on the lookout. There needs to be the correct phone-in line so that members of the public can be protected and provide the feedback that you need so that you're getting community assistance. And I really think it goes across the board, because liquor is not only in poor communities or whatever, it's in the very rich drive over the speed limit, etc. To get to your second question, and you're talking about the balance. One of the important things to Treasury will be the factor that liquor gives income and taxes, and I spoke about the 8%, which is national. And obviously there's a rake of or a percentage which is going to come to provincial. So I think that's particularly important, but we also need to gear that income for Treasury, not only to maximize it, but to maximize it responsibly, and to gear that towards responsible drinking and correct drinking. Okay. And that brings in things like time limits and amount of time you can be in and whatever, etc. I've been overseas to casinos where alcohol is served 24 hours a day. People gamble 24 hours a day. I'm very glad to see in our casinos that people can't drink 24 hours a day. Unfortunately, they can gamble 24 hours a day. Remember that we don't have online gambling. So yes, I do think the income side is important. The balance of that is to have very strict rules that are applied rigidly. Okay. And relating to your first question, it also needs to be monitored. We need to assist the authorities in all that follow-up, the factor that whatever cases we are involved in and take to court, etc., that we need to be on the winning side. Also important, though, is license conditions.
If you are able to wrap up, sir.
Yes. License conditions can be prescriptive, and in some cases they need to be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Members, is there any follow-up question or question for clarity? Sir, thank you so much for availing yourself. The committee is interviewing a number of nominees. Hereafter, we will deliberate as we prepare to submit our recommendations to the Minister. Again, thank you so much for being here and for answering the questions. We appreciate it. Thank you.
And thank you for allowing me the time.
Matthews, our procedural officer. For the record, I'll allow members to introduce themselves.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Mesuli Kama.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lorraine Botha.
Good afternoon, Gideon Bosman.
Minutes, introductory comments, and to speak to your CV. Thank you again.
Since I was here, the system changed. Thank you very much to you and the committee for this opportunity. I have been a member of the Western Cape Liquor Authority Governing Board for the past 3 years, and I must say that it has been a privilege. To me, the regulation of alcohol is one of the most fundamental interventions, if you like, tools that a provincial government has to make a difference in people's lives. So we know that there's been a long history of alcohol and alcohol abuse from many sides in this country. And I think understanding that context, it becomes very important to see, not just to see, but to do and to lead on the regulation. So I've had that privilege. I have chaired the subcommittee on communications, stakeholder relations, and engagement. And I must say that when we arrived at the liquor board 3 years ago, things were very different from what they are now. I think it's really, it's been hard work. Governance was a bit chaotic before that, but we have brought it really, I think, to perform in the way a regulator should perform. And although the COVID has obviously impacted very badly on the way things can be done in terms of service delivery, I think it has taught us a lot of lessons that are very useful for the regulator. So it has been a privilege to be there. I'm sure you've seen in my CV that when I worked in the Department of the Premier, I was responsible for strategy and policy and all sorts of other international relations and so on, and I appeared in this house many times. But one of the most meaningful pieces of work I think I did was to lead the alcohol harms reduction from green paper. We started at the beginning of 2015 through the consultative process to the white paper to the adoption by the Western Cape government in September 2017. And we started on the legislative reform. I'm sure I've spoken enough now, so let me stop there, but thank you.
No problem. We are seeing you face to face and not on MS Teams today. But once again, thank you. To explain the process moving forward, we will ask a set of questions. You have 2 minutes to answer each question. I'll kickstart. And in terms of your view, where you are currently sitting, ma'am, Doctor, what are the major challenges in your view that is being faced by the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
The major challenge has been the delay in the implementation of the legislation following the white paper. So the policy was adopted by the Cabinet September 2017, and we still don't have amendments coming through. Our recommendation was that we should actually have a new act because it's really messy to try to implement bits and pieces in an act, and especially for the enforcement officers, it would have been much more streamlined to have a new act. So that for me has been the single biggest frustration. I think we have done well to try to bridge from the existing legislation, knowing that this is the policy of this government, to accommodating as much as we can a harms reduction approach. So that's not about prohibition, It's about recognizing that alcohol is no ordinary product and it needs to be regulated. And I think, did you want more than one? But that has been my biggest challenge. I think perhaps the staffing situation has been very frustrating. That, if I may say, I don't think under the former leader of the department that we had enough support in appointing a new CEO. We had a CFO. We finally got really good people in those positions, and I'm very excited about that.
Thank you so much, Member Botha.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Platsky, in what you are saying, then I'm asking, what efficiencies or improvements would you then contribute to the Western Cape Liquor Authority, and how would you apply this?
So thank you, Member Botha. I appreciate that. I think what I bring is experience. I bring an evidence-based approach. I do not bring a vested interest approach. Well, my vested interest is public health and the reduction of crime and violence, and building a safer society for us in this province. There have been, over the past 3 years, many times where the rest of the board has looked at me and said, how does government work? And, you know, whether it's issues around, let's say, organograms and how people are remunerated and what their rights are in terms of pension funds and, you know, quite practical things sometimes, to the three arms of government. So, you know, the legislature is not the same as the executive, and it's not the same as the administration. So, you know, when you have a frustration because the governing board of the authority didn't, let me put that in the past tense. It's very important that you understand that we have a much better relationship now. Didn't seem to be heard by the administration. That didn't mean that the minister wasn't supporting us, and it didn't mean that the premier or the legislature wasn't supporting the approach. It meant that there was a glitch somewhere else. And I think for those who haven't had the years of experience that I'm privileged to have had, it's difficult to know how to respond strategically so that, and in short, so that no politician is going to read pages and pages. They don't have time, you know. So you have to make sure that you can succinctly put your argument together and respond quickly, because, you know, things like leaving emails unanswered, they might sound very minuscule things, but the devil is in the detail. So I believe in this big strategy approach and then looking after the detail. That's our staff, that's our procedures, and making sure, hopefully, that the legislation comes through sooner rather than later.
Thank you so much, Member Bosman.
So much, Chairperson. And thank you very much, Dr. Platsky. My question follows on from what you've just said, and I want to know if you could perhaps elaborate a bit more on what you see as the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Liquor Authority Board.
So as I said, thank you, Member Bosman, for that question. As I said, a regulator is a very important position. We are not a marketing agency. We are not an HR job-creating agency. None of these things. We are, let me speak as I currently am still a member. We are there to regulate a rather harmful substance. We're not selling toothpaste. You know, it is something that used correctly and lightly is pleasant for many people, but unfortunately we have that other history, as I mentioned. So a regulator is somebody who has to listen to the community, to the public in the first instance. And many people have not, in our years now of democracy, come to understand that they have a voice, that they have a right to object and to complain, and they can expect the authorities to respond. Now, this is something that has been taken very seriously in our 3-year term of office, that we need to communicate to people what their rights are. This is a rights-based society based on our constitution, on human rights, and so on and so on. And if your youngster is not able to study at night to pass matric because there's a rowdy shebeen next door and there are people misbehaving in the street and, you know, interfering with youngsters and driving drunk and all these sorts of things, that is the responsibility of the regulator to step in and to see that the correct authorities take those issues up. Now, obviously, in the unlicensed space, this is more difficult for us, but we try to bring as many outlets into the licensed space as possible, because that is the way that everybody becomes more regulated in society. So it's not being pro or con, it's about saying the responsible, not just the responsible consumption, which is what the industry does tend to emphasize. It's the responsible production, the responsible trade, and the responsible consumption that we promote.
Thank you so much, Member Kam.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question would be, how do you think the authority should deal with the or should handle the unlicensed and illegal traders? And the second part of my question is, if you can talk to us about creating the balance between making sure that there is compliance to regulations, the need of alcohol harms reduction, and the economic contribution of the industry. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you, Member Karma. I want to say that the practice of unlicensed outlets is partly a reflection of the lack of other opportunities. You know, we've spoken to many of the shebeeners and they say, well, you know, if I had skills in the computer industry or something else, I wouldn't be selling alcohol, but I've got to put bread on the table. Now, to put it very bluntly, that bread takes bread off other people's tables. And there's no easy balance. There's not an equal relationship between economic benefit and social harm. The liquor industry is subsidized by the state, not just at the provincial level. I mean, our authority is not covered by its own revenue. But at the national level, the industry is subsidized. So I want to make a comparison with the mining industry. You know, over many years, the mining industry fought having to replace and compensate and make sure that the areas that they dug up for the mines were rehabilitated environmentally. And about maybe 10 years ago, maybe more, those so-called externalities were incorporated into the legislation. So yes, the mining industry benefits people in terms of jobs, but it does enormous harm. There are people who die of silicosis. There are people who are still suffering to this day from working on the mines, and the environmental impact. So actually, the national government did the right thing in passing legislation that requires a plan for a mine. 25-year plan or whatever it might be. If that's the length of the mine, how are you going to rehabilitate the people and the environment? And that's how you cost in the real cost. But with the liquor industry, that's not the case. So we've seen, you know, hospitals, ambulances, roads, signs, people, you know, really it costs the state. The liquor industry costs the state, and the liquor industry costs humanity. people who lose their breadwinners, who, you know, there's all sorts of disabled people who have been harmed as a result of road accidents and so on and so on. So there's no easy relationship, and the evidence shows that actually the industry costs the GDP, the cost to the GDP is higher than the contribution. But at the local level, obviously, there are people who make a living out of this. And I think it's a whole of government approach that we should be trying to find alternative jobs so that people are not dependent on selling alcohol as you know, a means of putting bread on the table, as I say. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you so much. Members, is there any follow-up question or question for clarity? Member Bosman?
Thank you, Chair. Just one of the biggest challenges that the Liquor Authority has faced as well is the path towards moving to self-sustainability and being financially viable. Models before of the gambling and racing board, where before the industry used to pay for the regulation. What are your thoughts and opinions on the Liquor Authority following a similar model where the industry pays partly for the regulation as well, and making sure that some of the billions that the industry spends on advertising also goes towards mitigating some of the harms that obviously results in the products?
So I was an author of the white paper. And the white paper says very clearly that the fiscus should not be subsidizing the industry, which means that the Liquor Authority in this case must be self-sufficient. And it's not difficult. Our CFO has developed over the last 6 to 9 months different models, putting in different prices. So application fees should not all be the same. That someone wanting to have a deli with, you know, a 2 or 3 hours license is not the same as a 24-hour facility at the waterfront. Well, hopefully we don't have 24-hour facilities. That's a big problem, the trading hours, but, you know, a longer facility. So we should have a differentiated approach for applications, and the whole renewal process has, you know, has shown us a lot of lessons learned, that 94% of the industry has actually renewed their licenses, despite all the complaints that we see in the newspaper and, if you'll excuse me, the lobbying of government. So I do believe it's quite possible, and it's possible within the next financial year. Actually, the figures show that that is the case. So that's the principle, and that is what should be done. On the advertising side, Member Bosman, it is a bit more complicated. It's not about putting, I don't think it's about putting money that should have gone into advertising in what we said in the white paper. There should be no advertising visible to youngsters under the age of 18. The drinking age is currently 18. I mean, I know National is suggesting that it go up to 21. There'll probably be some kind of compromise at 19 or maybe 20. But the point is that advertising, particularly for the younger generation, they are highly susceptible. They see this as something aspirational, you know, sports figures, beautiful young women who are, you know, popular with a beer in the hand, or a cider. No brands here, but, you know, it really is a very big problem as far as grooming youngsters. And what we said in that white paper was that once you're in an outlet, once you're in a bottle store, then there should be no problem with advertising, because, you know, you want to advertise one beer against another, one wine against another. But the problem comes with the aspirational side. And so, like tobacco, which was banned many years ago now, we used to see Peter Stuyvesant. I think the committee is too young to remember those. So, you know, that for me is the way we should go.
Doctor, it was so good to listen to you. We have reached our time limit, unfortunately. But in terms of the process, as you would know, the committee is interviewing a number of nominees for the new term, and we will then deliberate and make our recommendations. But thank you so much for availing yourself and for being here today.
Thank you. It really is something that we can make a difference in our community. So thank you for the opportunity, Chair and members.
Allen, I'm the chairperson for community safety in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. We have a multi-party committee. I'll allow members to introduce themselves for the record.
Morowa, Mesulikama.
Good afternoon, Mr. Katiana. Lorraine Botha.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Gillian Bosman.
We also have our procedural officer, Mr. Wasim Matthews. I will allow for 2 minutes for introductory remarks, where you are also able to speak to your CV as submitted. Thereafter, we will pose a set of questions, and then you will have 2 minutes to answer each question as well. Do you have any questions at this stage? So whenever you are ready, 2 minutes, introductory comments, and to speak to the CV that was submitted.
Right. The first name is Ntutuzelo, and my surname is Pajana. I was born in the Eastern Cape. It was Transkei then. I did my high school there. I went to St. John's College, and I passed my matric in 1996. So I basically came to Cape Town to study in the Western Cape, basically. That's where I did my business management in a college in Strand. And I went on to do my national diploma in, it was Peninsula Technical then, but it's, I think it's Cape Peninsula University of Technology now. So from there, I started looking for work, started working at Woolworths, part-time job. That was in 2001. 2002, I started working at Capitec. I was a consultant there. That was till October 2004. Then in November then, I started working at APSA as a consultant. I left APSA in April 2010. Then I became a financial advisor at Old Mutual from May 2010 until now. So in between those, during those time, from my working at APSA and Old Mutual, then I did some courses. One will be financial planning certificate, which is a requirement, so I can be able to advise some people, and a lot of other in-house courses inside Old Mutual and APSA. Okay, and I'm currently doing my 3rd year on LLB. So I've done with the first 2 years. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We will now pose a number of questions. I will go first. In terms of your view, what do you think are the major challenges in the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
Okay, in terms of my view, the challenges is obviously there is a selling of alcohol that is actually going there. So the challenges are to actually teach people or train people to be responsible in so doing. So those are the challenges. And then also the other challenge is actually balancing the kind of money that is generated from the selling of alcohol, balancing that with the cost of actually taking care of that, the cost of actually caring for someone who's in hospital, who's actually abusing alcohol, cost of getting the police in order to make sure that people are, don't drive recklessly in the road due to liquor, cost of making sure that there's no such violence due to drunk people. So those basically are the challenges. And the other thing is obviously the reason why that is escalating is because there is illegal people, illegal guys that are actually operating business, and those people it's difficult to account for, and they might be causing more damage than the people that are actually known, because people that are known, they can be controlled, but those places that you don't know might not be able to control.
Thank you so much, Member Botha.
Thank you, Chair. Sir, please can you tell me what efficiencies or improvements would you bring or contribute to the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board, and how would you apply this?
I, as a person who comes from the Eastern Cape, and I came here to the Western Cape, and I still live in I would regard it as a poor area, if I can just use that word. I'm a firm believer of the spirit of Ubuntu. I'm a firm believer of the spirit of Ubuntu. So I believe that maybe what we can do now is to try and focus and say, okay, how do we make the people that are operating out there to do that in a legal way? Instead of maybe saying that, how do we get rid of the people of who are actually doing this illegally? So the main aim should be maybe to help those people to do whatever it takes in actually making sure that they get their licenses. So because from there we will be able to give them control, to give them control in terms of what's going on in their business. We make them important in that way. So they will be able to trust the authority. They'll be able to basically report their challenges as well and come up with the best way that we can actually deal with these things.
Member Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question would be, are you able to tell us what you consider to be the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Western Cape Liquor Authority?
If you can just repeat that.
Are you able to tell us what you think the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Western Cape Liquor Authority would be?
Okay, the main function I should think is to administer the actually liquor regulations. Administer in the sense that apply, making sure that the laws that are there are being applied in a fair manner. Also, yeah, making sure that they are being applied in a very fair manner, and also trying to find a way where we can apply in a, how do we put it, in a whatever that is being done in Khayelitsha, for example, needs to be done in long streets in Stellenbosch, because you find that maybe if you can find a way, like if the time for closing is maybe 7 o'clock in Khayelitsha, there needs to be the same time that is closing for Long Street. In that way, we won't find people that are actually running away from Khayelitsha to Long Street, and then people will be limited in their place where they stay in order to actually to drink. And then the other thing is the liquor authority obviously is operating like business. It is operating like business, and then obviously we need to come up with ways as to how to, as I've mentioned, as to how to actually assist people there that are wanting to sell liquor and that are just not able to get their licenses now, because obviously of the conditions that they have to meet, taking into account that they actually don't have the finances to maybe to build houses that are in the right condition for that. So yeah, that's about everything that I can think of now.
Member Kama.
Thank you, sir. My question would be, how would you advise the authority to deal with the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders? The second aspect of my question is, how would you persuade the board to strike the balance between your compliance to regulations, the need for alcohol harms reduction, and the economic contribution of the economy?
Okay. It goes without saying that what is being generated could go as high. I think if last time I checked, it was just over 70 something billion. And then on that, in order to care, for example, to the money that is used to the police, the money that is used to the hospital, to care for those people that are actually abusing alcohol, is quite a lot. Is a lot more money. There is one that is accounted for, which is around 30 something. There's more that is not actually being accounted for. That we all know. I would, as I've mentioned earlier, I would advise that maybe we need to try and get everyone on board. That's one thing. Getting everyone on board will be trying to get people to actually get licensed. So once that happens, we make those people to be the controllers of where they work, where they are. So give them that opportunity to say, okay, tell us, what are your challenges? How can we maybe better the situation? But it's very important that we actually look into the fact that when it comes to licensing, people might be applying an umbrella condition to say this is what needs to be happening with everybody. And I might not agree with that because, as I've mentioned, that some people are really poor, they can't do certain things. So we might need to look into specific situation and say, okay, this is the condition of this individual. Now, if we have to align law, the law that is applicable, and the condition of the people, how do we make this thing workable? So I'm very sure when it comes to the acts that is being applied, there must be some leeway. There must be a way that we can maybe speak to whoever is making law and said, okay, these people cannot be compared to the people that are living in certain area because of obviously their wealth. Okay.
You still have 30 seconds. Do you want to continue?
No. Okay.
Any follow-up question or question of that?
Sir, thank you so much and for accommodating us to be interviewed a little bit earlier today. We are highly appreciated. In terms of the process moving forward, we are interviewing nominees for the entire day. Thereafter, we will deliberate and make our recommendations to the minister. But thank you so much for availing yourself, and we wish you all of the best.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's good seeing you again, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here today.
Yes.
I will, for the record again, indicate that my name is Regan Allen.
Right.
I'm the chairperson for community safety
Okay.
in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. We are a multi-party committee. I'll ask members to introduce themselves for the record as well.
Good day, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brits.
Good afternoon,
My
sir.
name is Mesuli Kama.
Mr. Kama, hi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brits. Lorraine Botha.
Hi, Lorraine. Lekker om je weer te zien. As ek dit kan sê, ek is jammer te hoor oor die man.
Baie
Baie
dankie.
sterkte daar vir ons dink aan die.
Baie dankie.
Good afternoon, Gillian Bosman.
Hi, Jillian. Hi.
I will explain the process moving forward. Not too long ago, we were sitting here.
Yeah.
But for the record for today, we will ask a number of questions. You have 2 minutes to answer the specific question.
Okay.
But before we do the questions, I will allow for 2 minutes of introductory comments, where you are also able to speak to your CV as submitted. But I also want to bring to your attention that we have translation services if you need, and then our procedural officer will explain that process.
Okay. So must I sort of just tell you more about myself, or?
Introductory comments you wish to make that speaks to your CV.
Okay, all right.
For not more than 2 minutes, and then we will dig into the questions.
Okay, all right. Okay, once again, thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Michael Brits. I reside in Belleville. I was a former councillor for the city of Cape Town, a ward councillor as well as proportional for 15.5 years. And although I am at home at the moment, I'm still involved in communities. I still assist people where I can, free of charge. There's no strings attached. And that takes a lot of our time. I try and spend time with my family as well. My wife, who runs a coffee shop, our sister in running the shop, the deliveries and seeing that things get done. And then I still make time to go to the gym. I'm engaged in swimming, which I love very much. And then I also make time, in spite of being busy with communities and so forth, I make time for reading. I'm an avid reader. I read the newspaper every day. I can't go that in the paper, and I read books a lot. I'm an avid book reader, and then I enjoy watching films. I saw a film the other day. I would like to recommend it. It was on Netflix. It is called The Paper Tiger. It's a new release that's come out. It stars, I'm not sure the actor, the one lady I know, Priyana Chopra. It's filmed in India. It's about poverty. It's about the caste system, and of how a guy that comes from a village goes from rags to riches, although it doesn't do it in the most honest way. But it's a really good film, and I would like to recommend it. And then there's something else coming on Netflix shortly, as a film on Sophia Loren. That's coming. And then there's a film coming, Master of the World, where one of our South African actors, you remember Seven Alan, Bart, Neil Sandilands, he will be acting in the movie. He managed to land a part along Tom Hanks. So that's on Netflix at the moment as well. And then also I'm a member of the local congregation, but unfortunately due to COVID, I've been prohibited. We haven't got a service, but what I do as well, I go and visit, my wife's giving me a list, and I go and visit certain members of the congregation, see how they are, how's their well-being, any needs, anything urgent, and so forth. And yeah, that's about it, yeah.
Thank you so much.
And then, maybe I can add something more. So I've got time till it's out of time.
No, you have 30 seconds remaining.
All right. Also, I'm still very much interested in the academy. That's still one of my interests as well. But I try and keep busy 24/24.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brits. Whenever I put on my Netflix, it says continue watching.
Yeah.
Because I've started that movie.
Which one? The Paper Tiger?
Yes, with Priyanka.
Okay.
So I'm 6 minutes in.
Oh, you're going to enjoy it.
Hopefully I'll find the time to continue watching after 6 minutes.
Well, I'll tell you now that we watched it on Saturday night, and we couldn't leave the room. We had to finish watching the movie because we had that thing where it freezes a little bit. You got to wait and carry on, but it's a great movie.
No, I will make time, sir. But thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your introductory comments. We'll ask a number of questions. You have 2 minutes to answer the question, and then we will explain the process moving forward. But once again, thank you for being here.
Sure.
Mr. Brits, in your view,
yes,
what are the major challenges of the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
Okay, the biggest challenge is you have to strike a balance between having people employed, job opportunities, as well as curbing the harm that alcohol can do. And what the province will have to do there, the challenge is they will have to amend the Western Cape Liquor Act. That's the only way they can combat the sickness, because the provincial data, the info that came there showed that there's serious problems with alcohol. And you also saw when they had the ban, for example, Keith Kluter, the head of health services for the province, said on the 12th of February in August that since the ban was lifted again, the increase in the trauma has gone from 102% to 167%. And also the 5 hospitals that were quiet during the ban over Christmas Eve and so forth, that was now Mitchell's Plain, Tygerberg, Heideveld, and Grooteskier. They were quiet. But once the ban was, there was absolutely, normally the wards, especially on Christmas Eve, are fairly full when it comes to trauma. They're fairly full. They were empty this time. The hospital staff sort of had more of a relaxed time. And then once that ban was lifted, the surge came forward again. And that is where the Premier said, right, understand what's going on, but to retain the ban is unsustainable. Therefore, we've got to look for other measures. All right, and then, okay, so what they want to do now, when they amend the Liquor Act, they'll make a submission to Cabinet, and it will go out for public participation. And then from there, what they will do is they will ensure that the liquor outlets keep a record of all alcohol sales. They will ensure that the license holder checks that the people are the right age. They will ensure as well, what the Premier said as well, is that stricter times. And even, he said, even when the lockdown is lifted, he will continue with having less time, opening times. And this has worked, because in Siakala, in Browns Farm, and new tenants there in Australia, and a place in Brazil, Daidira, where they had less hours. For example, in Daidira in Brazil, there were 106 murders less. And in Australia, that place, some tenants saying, also it was less. And also in Siakala, near Browns Farm, Nyanga, as well, there was a hotspot for murders. That also went right down.
Thank you so much. I'll now note Member Botha.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Brits, what efficiencies or improvements would you contribute to the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board, and how would you apply this?
Okay. As I've mentioned, but I'll mention again, as you know, that I'm a social worker by profession, and I worked at that time. When I first started at the old department, it was called, those days, forgive me, it was called Department of Colored Affairs. And when I started there as an official, one of my first cases was an alcohol case. So what I'm saying to you is that I've worked with families from that side that are sitting with people that have a terrible drinking problem, that the whole household has been torn apart. So I had that aspect, and then I had the aspect of going to the state, of having that person in the old days committed to a place called De Novo. So I dealt with that, and also then I went to Sanka. I spent 2 years there, and that's solely alcohol. It's the same thing where you help families, you try and show them ways that they can handle a situation. Like, for example, you'll see someone that will just shut up and say, oh, you're drunk, you're drunk, you're drunk. Where you actually come to the confrontation, you say to the person, you know what, last night I made a lovely meal for you, but you were so drunk that you never ate it. You confront the person on facts, not on emotions. And that was a big problem I had when I was dealing with alcohol families, is the emotions ran very high. Like I recall once, and I said to a guy, but you know, you've got such a lovely, caring, understanding wife that supports you. And he went next day and shouted and said, you know, How dare that man say that? So that's the type of thing with the emotions run high. You've got to come to this confrontation. So that's what I dealt with. And then also, apart from that, I did an honours degree and first a BA in public administration as well at Stellenbosch. Now the public administration is from the government side, how the laws operate, how governmental bodies like the state, national state, the provincial state, the local government, how they operate. That I did, and I also did an honours in that. So I'm fairly acquainted with how the state operates. And then from there, when I was a councillor, I dealt with many applications at council level for a gentleman that's applied for a liquor license. And when you've got to say yes or no, you've got to apply your mind, you've got to be fair, you've got to be objective, but you've also got to listen to the community, because especially if it's in a residential area, they're the most affected. So so I spent a lot of time dealing with that, and it was brought before council. Often the alcohol body would write to us as a ward councillor for your comments. Should this license be granted, yes or no? And you would have to try and motivate it. And then I say, yeah, you have to try and motivate it.
Thank you so much.
Whether it's disapproved or approved.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brits. Member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My question is, what would you consider to be the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Western Cape Liquor Authority board?
Okay. Well, a well-functioning liquor board is that it's efficiently run. You need people when you appoint a board. You look at the person's competencies. In other words, for example, if you look at the Western Cape Liquor Authority, you'll find there that they'll use someone that's got some law qualification or some academic qualification, some practical experience that relates to the field. And then also when you have the LLT, again, very important there is that the LLT has to have a person to lead it with a rechtsachtergrond, with a judicial background. That is crucial. And then you'll find on the LLT, they'll appoint someone from the local authority. They will appoint someone from the police, a lieutenant colonel, and then 2 other suitable persons. And if you've got those people in place and they're doing a good job, because don't forget, the body is meant to be independent. It makes its own rules, appoints its people, dismisses them if they're not complying to the standards.
Thank you so much, Member Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Brits, for the answers so far. My question would be, how do you think the board should handle the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders? And in that, how will you persuade the board to strike the balance between the compliance to regulations and the issue of alcohol harms reduction and the economic contribution of the industry?
Okay. Well, the reason why you have to have enforcement when it comes to the selling of alcohol is because it's the only way to control things that people comply to the regulations, and that is when a person, when they've applied and they've got the license. But then when you go to what you must do then, if a person has been disqualified, then the best thing to do there would go to that person and find out, okay, on what grounds were you disqualified? Let us look how we can rectify that. We can make you a person that can sell alcohol. Because the whole problem with the illegal traders is that number one, they're tax evaders, and often it's a very cheaper type of alcohol that they sell, which is perhaps not good for people's health. So you're trying to address that problem, and by providing the necessary guidelines, education, assistance, you can help that person possibly become then a legal seller of liquor as an individual or a legal seller of an outlet. Otherwise, that's not possible. You can perhaps then devise another method where you can do it where it's legal. Then you asked about the arms, the health reduction. Sorry, the arms health reduction.
Yes, the second part was striking the balance between the alcohol harms reduction and your contribution of the industry into the economy.
Yeah, we see that is crucial because, you know, when we had the lockdown, we lost in GDP almost 13.5 million. We lost almost 5 million in fiscus tax revenues. We lost that. And in the first lockdown, 165,000 plus people were out of work in the retail business. In the Western Cape as such, with the first lockdown that we had, the ones just passed now, we lost 1 billion. We lost 1,893 job opportunities, plus 904 indirect jobs. That came to a total of 2,700. And then, had that have continued, the lockdown, then we would have lost another 5,500 jobs. What we have to realize that with the wine industry is that it's a job provider. There's 181,253, I think, hectares of just, you know, vineyards. 45,610 people are employed, and then 228,000 plus families find benefit from that. So that's very important. So we've got to ensure that food is kept on the table, that people can feed their families, there's food to eat, that people have a job. The tourist trade, for example, with this recent lockdown, was hit by 64% of tourist trade was down. And what we have to do with the balance is that we've got to, as what they also said, another possible way as well is to make the price of alcohol a bit more expensive. For example, yesterday, the Minister of Minister of Finance, Tito Mboweni, in Parliament, increased the sale of alcohol, as well as cigarettes, between 7 and 8%. So that was also a deterrent. So what we've got to do now is we've got to just try and put a uniformity have when it comes to elect alcohol, and then, as I say, what's the word? But when it comes to when you actually you keep the price up of alcohol, because that's the only way we also then can deal with that fermented type of alcohol that they sell, and the cheap type of alcohol that's not good for the health.
Members, is there any follow-up question or question of clarity? Mr. Brits, thank you so much. That is the end of the interview.
Oh.
We will now be interviewing a number of candidates still remaining for the day. Thereafter, we will deliberate before we submit our recommendations to the minister.
Okay.
But once again, thank you for being here. It's always good seeing you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Have a great day. Have a great day, everyone. God bless.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for availing yourself for this interview. It is a multi-party committee. My name is Regan Allen, Chairperson for Community Safety in the Western Cape. You've met with C. Matthews, our procedural officer. I'll allow members of the committee to introduce themselves for the record.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Mesuli Kama.
Good afternoon, Ms. Venter. Lorraine Botha.
Good afternoon. I'm Gillian Postman.
Gillian Bosman. Pleased to meet you. Okay.
We will allocate 2 minutes for introductory remarks, as well as for you to speak to your CV as submitted. Thereafter, we will then go into a set of questions where you will be able to answer each and every question within a limit of 2 minutes as well. Do you have any questions? Okay, we will flag, if you want me to flag you at 2 minutes, I will be happy to do so.
That's fine.
So for the next 2 minutes, ma'am, introductory remarks from you, as well as for you to speak to the CV that you have submitted.
2 minutes. Okay. I'm Hetty Venter. I'm a social worker, 47 years. I started off in the Cape Flats a long time ago, and I established 4 psychiatric clinics in my youth, and it's still running, I believe. The focus had been the psychiatric illnesses. Can you hear me? I thought I have to keep it on, right? And then I've done a step-down facility for a second phase for people with psychiatric and with alcoholism problems. And I've dealt a lot with FUS while I worked at Cape Mental Health and at the day hospitals, and where I work now at Child Welfare in Bloemkombos and Wallisdean, which are 2 hotspots. I'm very concerned about the taverns in the areas where I worked, because I had often had to fetch parents 11 o'clock in the morning from the taverns. Yeah, so it is of great concern to me, that we are struggling with this massive problem. My concern is that it's the youth that my focus is. I had a group of grade 9 children who had been on the school premises. They got drunk, all of them. And when I had a group sessions with them, they said to me something very profound. They said, do you know, Auntie, how nice it feels to have that drink and you are so relaxed? Do you know how it feels? It's wonderful. And what they've said to me, the fear, the anxiety they feel at the age of 13, 14, because of the economic climate. Parents talking about where will we find a job? If we lose a job, we might lose a job. Things that it's all very negative, and it impacts on the children. So it's to me a passion on how to create for people, for children, for teenagers, hope for the future. And one of it is to have a grip on life. And, in spite of how bad things are, you can still be cool, you can still be well-grounded. And that's why I'm here. I want to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now go straight into the set of questions.
Okay.
I'll be the first one to ask a question. What in your view, ma'am, are the major challenges of the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
Liquor. I think it's too easily available, and I've saw now in Wallisdean and Bloemkombos the difference when the taverns had been and the shebeens had been closed. It made a major difference. People who couldn't function daily, like basic course at home suddenly could function. So that is, to me, that was the only positive about the lockdown is the fact that parents couldn't get drunk. Yeah. We are a traumatized nation, and to deal with that is a coping mechanism is to drink. I mean, that's applicable to all layers of society, and we have to turn that around, and it's a massive job to undertake. But I think to help people is to have control on this minute, this moment, today, and that is not to drink excessively, but to enjoy the drink in a different way.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to know from you, Ms. Venter, what efficiencies or improvements would you contribute to the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board, and how would you apply this?
It's very real. And the fact that I think we have to focus on different layers in society, like the wine farms are a different scene, the taverns in the Bloemfontein are different. We have to educate people on how to use liquor in a constructive way. That to me is the fundamental thing, is that I think we have to, people have to understand that if you drink too much and you fall pregnant because you are at high risk, then you have a baby, and the baby can become a fast child or any sorts of problems, neurological problems. So people have to become more responsible for what they do. And so what I will contribute is that I will work on the responsibility of the user in this. Yeah. Okay. I think children at school should as well learn how to do courses in liquor, how to enjoy wine from a different perspective. Yeah, that is.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to attempt to ask this in Afrikaans because I've been told we do have translation services available. So my vraag aan u is, wat sou u beskou as die hoofverantwoordelikhede van 'n goed funksionerende Wes-Kaapse Raad vir drankowerhede? And I can repeat that in English as well if you wish.
It's fine. Is it still on? It's still on. Okay, super. I was thinking about that too. And what is actually the ideal, and it has different layers from different perspectives. Kan jy net vir weer die vraag vra, want ek sit ja, jy kan Afrikaans maak nie saak nie.
So nou is volgens u, wat is die hoofverantwoordelikhede van 'n goed funksionerende raad as dit kom by die Wes-Kaapse drankowerhede?
Ja, ek het gedink baie oor dit. Wat is dit nou eintlik? Want ons moet almal by dinge skerm, die produsent beskerm, jy moet die verbruiker beskerm. Dit is nogal 'n baie uitdagende situasie. En ek dink ons moet dit in 'n Weskaap maak dat ons moet die kinders by dinge skerm. Dit is nou ongelukkig my passie is kinders, want dit is die toekoms, dat ons vir hulle die fokus moet lê om te beskerm dat kinders nie mag drink voor 21 nie. Ek voel baie sterk daaroor oor die breinontwikkeling en al die redes, want hulle nie voor 21 drink nie. En dat ons die die bloedalcohol moet afbring na 0 toe. En dat die ure wat dit wat die verkope is. Byvoorbeeld Pick n Pay en die winkels wat daar is, dat mense sê van 10:00 die oggend tot 6:00 die middag en dat dit nie dan uit die aard van die saak dan nie meer Sondae nie. Maar dat ons dit korter maak, want daar was studies gedoen in Brazilië en die plekke, dat as jy dit verminder, as jy dit inperk, dan is daar minder misbruik. So dit lyk vir ons gaan op 'n meer verantwoordelike verbruiker. Ek dink dit is vir my die kern van die hele ding, is meer verantwoordelike verbruiker. Goed.
Thank you, Chair. How do you think the authority should deal with the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders? And the second question, part of my question would be, how would you persuade the board to balance compliance to regulations, the issue of alcohol harms reduction, and the economic contribution of the industry?
Oh, that is a quite tough question. Yeah, because it's loaded on all areas, and to balance it out is quite a challenge. Yeah, can you just ask it again, because I'm fragmented now. It's the illegal.
The first part is how the authority should handle the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders. The second part is balancing the need of compliance to regulations by the industry. Also, the need for reducing the harms that we have as a result of high consumption of alcohol. And the other one is the economic contribution of the industry itself. Now, how would you persuade the authority in its performing its mandate? How would you persuade it to strike a balance between the three, which is compliance to regulations, your need for alcohol harms reduction, and the economic benefit that is associated, that we get, from the industry?
It is quite a loaded question. We are a democracy, so it's always to me one has to be careful and put limitations on people. I do not like that. So it will be, I think it will be, that's what I struggle with the illegal part, because, you need a license to work, and you have to be responsible. But why are people illegal? Why do they think illegal? That is quite a tricky thing, an unknown to me. Why do they do it if they can buy it? What I will do is I will do a research on each area and then find the balance, because it's every aspect that you've mentioned are quite very important, and it includes industries. So one has to be very careful not to block people, not to stall economic growth, because that is the other side we have to focus on. We have to grow, the economy has to grow. And with that, we'll have the reducing of the harms, the negative impact of the alcohol on people. Yeah, I will do study groups on each and then get together and work it out, because it is just too much. Yeah.
Members, is there any follow-up question or question of clarity? We are covered. Ma'am, thank you so much for availing yourself. The committee will continue to interview nominees for the rest of the day. Thereafter, we will then deliberate and conclude our part of the process. But thank you so much for attending.
Right. Okay. Where do I submit this? Is it?
is Regan Allen, and I'm the chairperson for Community Safety in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. We are a multi-party committee. I'll allow members to introduce themselves for the record.
Good afternoon, Professor. My name is Mesuli Kama.
Good afternoon, Professor. Lorraine Botha.
Good afternoon. I'm Gillian Postman.
Professor, we will allow for 2 minutes for introductory remarks, where you are also able to speak to the CV that was submitted. Thereafter, we will go into a set of questions where you will be able to answer questions within a limit of 2 minutes. Do you have any questions at this stage? Yes, by all means. We have protective glasses in front of us, a window of sort. So over to you.
My apologies. Do I need to start again? Oh, sorry. Just through my years of being in leadership positions in an educational context, and when I saw the advert, I thought that was going to be a good match in terms of what the board was looking for. And in my position there, I have been doing work in the systems. I understand what the processes are. We work with probity. And so on the one side, I thought that that was a good match. And then the second thing was having worked with students for 30, 35, 38 years, I have good experience in dealing with some of the negative social consequences of this area in which the board is doing all its work. It's on that basis that I decided to put my hand into the pot.
Once again, thank you for being here. I'll kick off the questions. What, in your view, Professor, are the major challenges of the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
Sorry, Chairperson, this is a complex question which I hope I would be able to provide some answers for. But in the context of what we have here, and I suppose in any other province in South Africa for that matter, is to have this good balancing act between the economic good and the social good. And in alcohol, or it is a challenge of looking after the social good, because the economic good tends to follow a path and look after itself. But then one has the impact of all of that. So, and that's why I refer to this balancing act, is what does the board do? What does the province do? What do you as councillors and honourable members of parliament do to reduce the impact of abnormal consumption of all of that? And I think this is why I argue that with some of the skills that I've had built up over years as a dean and in the academia, is that I would be able to bring support, advice, guidance to the table in making this a better province for us.
Thank you so much, Member Botha.
Professor, you have alluded to it a bit, but in terms of my question, if you can broaden it a bit, what efficiencies or improvements would you contribute to the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board, and how would you apply this?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Botha, the role of any member of a board, I foresee about 4 or 5 very distinct roles and functions that a member has to fulfill. The first one I would argue is that the role of a board is to provide leadership. And the requirement is that one needs to fulfill corporate governance. That's the chief role which I see. From there, it needs to, or an individual needs to support the values that are being set by such a board, to see that the strategic aims of that organization is being pursued. One of the other roles that I see is that one needs to have very good oversight into the activities of that unit or of that department. Because as a board, one needs to provide guidance and the leadership. One has to look at different forms of managing the risks that go with such an important activity in the province. And also is that one needs to look at control systems, and are they working? And if they're not working, why not? One finds that so many public entities fall or perform badly because of the lack of internal control systems. In a situation such as this one that this position is for, this is critical for the survival of a country and for the growth of what I term as the social good. And then, Honorable Bosman, sorry, Bosman, yeah. Botha, my apologies. Is that it is very important for such an individual as a member of a board to be innovative in the sense of we have scarce resources and how a board can guide the organization to utilize those scarce resources to the best of its ability. I think I don't know how far that goes for time.
You are perfect on time, sir. I see Member Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson. And my question to you, Professor, is what would you consider to be the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Western Cape Liquor Authority board?
Chairperson, Honorable Bosman, I have a number of ideas on this, but the vision and the mission of the liquor board is quite clear, and in its documentation that I have found is that it is there to see that alcohol is being consumed responsibly, and that the social evils and social negativities around abuse of alcohol need to be addressed in ways which will benefit the economic growth, but will also protect the individuals and the members of the Western Province.
Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. Professor, my question would be, how do you think the authority should handle the issue of illegal and unlicensed traders? And secondly, how would you persuade the board to balance the issue of compliance to regulations, the issue of alcohol harms reduction, and the economic benefit the economic benefit as a contribution of the industry? Sorry.
Honorable Kama, you've thrown a complex one at me, but in my years and in my postgraduate qualifications, I've studied and I've taught very much in depth on the role of the informal sector. I also regard the informal liquor trade as part of that activity. One has to realize that informal activities have an incredible contribution to the economy, but also where one runs into problems is that if this is not regulated in some way, it impacts very negatively on the social good. So instead of going in with a cane and a stick, my argument would be to see how one can best engage. And the engagement sets a different set of parameters. Is that if one were to look at two parties, then it would be to see what is it that the informal liquor traders can bring to the party, and what is it that the other side wants from that. And in that, and in my little bit of experience in working in other informal sector organizations, is that one then has the multiplier effect. There's a gain on the informal sector, and there's a gain on the formal sector, and that is the 2 + 2 = 5. And I know that these are complex things. As long as I've been in the Western Cape, which is all my life, is that this is something that has never been easy to solve. But I don't think one needs to give up hope. We must always have hope. And the engagement with the informal liquor traders, I would argue, is one of the very positive steps. It might have been used in the past, and I'm quite sure it has been, but one needs to keep on hammering away and plugging away at that.
Members, any follow-up question? Professor, it has been an honor. That is the end of our interview today. We are interviewing a number of nominees during the course of today. As you would know, thereafter we will deliberate before we make recommendations to the minister. But once again, thank you for taking the time to be here and for answering the questions.
Understood, Chairperson, and thank you very much for the opportunity to address you. Thank you so much.
You may remove your mask. We have a protective window. Mr. Lowe, my name is Regan Allen. I'm the chairperson for Community Safety in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. We are a multi-party committee. I'll allow members of the committee to introduce themselves for the record.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Mesuli Kama.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lowe. Lorraine Botha.
Good afternoon, I'm Kilian Bosman.
You've already interacted and met with C. Matthews, our procedural officer. Mr. Lowe, we'll ask a set of questions. Each question, you are permitted a time limit of 2 minutes. But before we dig into the questions, we'll allow for 2 minutes for introductory comments. Also for you to speak to the CV that you've submitted. Do you have any questions before we kickstart? Once again, thank you for being here. 2 minutes to your introductory remarks.
Sure. Yeah. As I've mentioned, I have been a board member for the past 3 years. And as a board member, I also served on a number of the subcommittees, specifically the Finance Subcommittee and initially on the Risk Committee, which I chaired. But after the resignation of Advocate Lihle Sadaki and as well as Ms. Undra Deglon, I was also then seconded or co-opted to the Operations Committee as well as the Audit Committee. So I have, in fact, I think I've done my bit with regard to providing expertise and input in terms of the well-being of the authority. Something that I think I should be proud of, as well as the other board members, is that for the financial year 2020, the authority got a clean audit. And that was basically to a great extent as a result of the leadership and input from the board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. I'll kickstart the questions. What, in your view, are the major challenges of the Western Cape Liquor Authority?
Chair, thank you for that question. In fact, there are quite a number of challenges. At a high level, I would say that your regulatory responsibility obviously always remains the key responsibility and the main challenge. Specifically with regard to the illicit liquor operations on the one hand, but then also to get as much illegal sort of outlets within the net. That is now from a regulatory perspective. The white paper on the harmful effects of alcohol is a document that needs to be unpacked, and specifically with regard to the proposed interventions, the authority needs to actually come up with specific policies to address the harmful effects of alcohol. That's on a high level, but when it comes to operational issues, the self-sustainability of the authority is something that is also very much current, and there is a roadmap to derive at what they call a, what's the right word? It's a, I just trying to find that. It's where there's a differentiation, that's the right word, differentiation between the various licenses. For instance, You know, currently a tavern operation pays exactly the same license fee as a big retailer. Now, that is quite a challenge to find some formula or some process to get quite distinction between the one and the other. That is a process that needs is ongoing. Then obviously the legislative renewals is something that is also very much on our radar screens. Yeah, that's, there's, what else is there? Let me just think. Oh, of course, yes, the organizational design. You know, there was a work dynamics document published or concluded in 3 years ago, which introduced a specific organizational design, but it was never implemented. But now with the support from the Premier's office in the next financial year, that process will start. And I think it's long overdue because, you know, currently the personnel, the employees, in fact, don't quite, I don't think they get proper recognition for what they do because there isn't a proper job description for them. So this whole process will formalize that. Thank you, Chair. I think that covers it.
Thank you so much, Member Botha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Lowe, further to your response to that first question, I want to know what efficiencies and improvements will you contribute to the Western Cape Liquor Authority Board, and how will you apply this?
Efficiencies, sorry, just to rephrase the second one.
What efficiencies or improvements?
Improvements.
Would you contribute?
Yes. When we talk about efficiencies within the operational arena, one can't ignore the fact that the authority, in fact, receives applications. It has to process those applications and then prepare almost like a docket for the LLT to consider. Now, currently, the current board, in fact, approved additional manpower to handle that process because apart from the physical handling of paper, they are also in the process of scanning the documentation. Now, the scanning will enable your inspectors to have real-time access via laptops or via, tablets when they go and visit a client. They have, in fact, achieved to capture the application since April 2020. But now the main challenge will be going back to capture the history. And what we've asked management is to actually come forward with a proposal to say, well, shall we subcontract that out to an external party, or would it make sense to do it internally? That's one of the efficiencies. Improvements, what shall I say? I would, the shortcoming in terms of policy formulations. The authority hasn't really addressed the white paper to come up with very specific policy to say that when it comes to trading hours, we've done our research and we therefore recommend that for a specific license, being a restaurant or being a tavern, that is the appropriate kind of trading hours. Sorry, I think I've explored my thoughts.
No, thank you so much, Member Bosman.
Thank you very much. My question would be, what would you consider to be the main responsibilities of a well-functioning Western Cape Liquor Authority Board?
Well, the main functionality and the only reference I think that the board should have is what the Act says. And the Act is very specific with regard to the powers and the functions conferred on the board or imposed on the board. Now, if one studies the Act, it makes a very clear distinction between what must be performed in terms of duties, what powers may be exercised, but in general, the board has the obligation to manage the authority. Now, the duties, in fact, of the board, in terms of the Act, is very wide, because the authority also has powers and functions, and the main function being the licensing process. And I won't dwell on that, but in addition to that, the authority needs to run the business. So they have got the rights to, to open bank accounts, to enter into agreements, and that kind of thing. Ultimately, the board, in terms of the Act, has to take responsibility for those actions in terms of its oversight. So a proper functioning board, in fact, must fulfill its oversight function quite meticulously. Thank you, Mr. Bosman.
Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Lowe, in your previous responses, I think as part of the challenges, you even mentioned the issue of illicit trading. Now, what I want to understand is, if given an opportunity to be in the board again, how would you advise the board to handle this issue and address this challenge of illegal and unlicensed traders? The second question to that is, how would you persuade the board to strike the balance between compliance to regulations, the issue of alcohol harms reduction, and the economic benefit that is associated with the industry? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kama. I think I would like to start with answering your second question. And what is very clear from the white paper, the content of the white paper, that the social cost of alcohol by far overweights the economic benefit. That is reality. I think one needs to say, well, let's just park that concept because it's reality. But now the other reality is that we have enormous unemployment, and people people will reach out to any possible activity to create some kind of economic benefit, at least to put bread on the table. Now, that is where the authority, in fact, has to be very sensitive. And if I say sensitive, it has to be sensitive in terms of the, balancing those two issues, but being sensitive in applying sound rationale when it comes to conditions and to a license agreement. And those conditions, in fact, firstly, must look after your public interest. It is essential to at least protect the public interest in the micro environment, but in the long term, when it comes to applying your harms reduction concept, it will also in the macro environment address the harms. Now, how do we actually, the challenge then is, if that is the concept that one would like to follow, then there must be an exerted effort from the authority, but also from supporting areas such as municipalities and so forth, to actually get in touch with the illegal traders and say, well, let's get them on board, let's regulate them, and then we can achieve our ultimate goal.
Members, is there any follow-up question or a point of clarity? Member Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just based on the responses you've received and as a current board member, what would you say are some of the biggest obstacles for the authority becoming financially viable and not being redundant on funding from the fiscus? And also, if you could elaborate on whether you think it is possible for the authority to become financially viable in the next financial year.
Yeah. And once again, Chair, I would like to start with answering that question, the second one first, because I'm going to quote a very practical example of what happened this year. In fact, the CFO, Mr. Sandisa Kwabe, he in fact prepared a very, very well-motivated discussion document that was presented to, I think, to DOCS as well as to Treasury, in which he recommended a 20% increase in the license fee. Now, if the moment that there is a double-digit increase in the license fee, then the authority has or may have great success in breaking even. The double-digit to 20% would have given us a nice buffer to say, well, now we can actually, go forward and, for instance, employ more inspectors and so forth. The reason that ultimately the Minister of Finance did not approve the 20%, but only a CPI plus 1%, was to be more sympathetic towards the economic environment. And I think one must basically accept that as a good and a very plausible approach. How do we achieve that? I think it is, well, let me interrupt myself. The irony is that a 20% increase would have meant something like 89 Rand a month for a license holder. So relatively, a 20% increase would not have broken the camel's back. But I think it's more the principle that applies, and that is not, because of the economic suffering, that one needs to be seen to be supportive. All I can say is that every year, I think the board must make a well-motivated proposal to DOCS and to Treasury for an increase, and there's sufficient evidence to substantiate that.
Mr. Lowe, that is the end of our interview today. We have interviewed a number of nominees today. You are the very last on the list for today. We've been busy since 7:30 today. As you would be aware, we will then deliberate, make our recommendations, and then submit those recommendations to the Minister. Thank you so much for availing yourself and for being here today. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. Members, thank you very much for the opportunity to address you and to respond to your questions. And I truly hope that I've given you enough food for thought to say that there is a challenging road ahead for the new board. And one can only wish them well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. nominees. As you have noted, 18 out of 19 of the nominees were interviewed today. We will now briefly adjourn for our deliberations. 16 out of, yes, 3 withdrawals. So we will now briefly adjourn for our deliberations and come back to adopt our report. the Standing Committee, thank you for your continued support today. We have interviewed the nominees. We are in the process of submitting our report. And as we are standing now, we have duly adopted our report, and I consider this meeting to be adjourned. Thank you.